Alright. Diarmuid gach duine agus tá fáilte roimh go léir go dtí Páirc an Croke inniu. Tá muid an seo do Babhtaí Ceathrú Ceannais do na fíors sínsar dúbalta. An chéad cluiche inniu an Clare in aig Loch Garman. So we have, starting off today, the reigning senior champions from Clare, Diarmuid, Nash and Colin Crehan. And we have against them their opposition from Wexford, Gavin Buggy, and a late replacement to the lineup in Keith Armstrong. Gavin Buggy last week teamed up with Adam Walsh, but unfortunately Adam was feeling ill-disposed this week, so I think he also had to put off his junior doubles final last night in Leinster. So Gavin Buggy teaming up with Armstrong now to
Tony Breen is doing the line on the right hand side, and Laura Finn is doing the line on the left hand side.
A couple of years ago, Clare was the senior champions this year, the reigning champions. A couple of years ago, they were actually shocked in the early rounds by a Wexford team, a different lineup to what we have here today. But they'll be looking to emulate that win again and knock out the reigning champions. It will be a tough ask. Keith Armstrong falling in. I believe it's his first game at senior doubles and first game in the glass box here in Croke Park.
0-0.
Difficult prospects, but we'll see how they get on. They've started off brightly, knocking out Clare in the first rally. So we'll see how we go. We do have 4 games on the schedule today. So we'll be here for quite a while, listening to me drawn on. But hopefully the handball will be good entertainment to make up for it.
Hand off.
Gavin just missing early on. A seasoned and experienced campaigner is Gavin. I think he is the oldest playing in the senior championship this year. But, he's a very smart player, Gavin. He knows what to do in the alley.
Again.
And he'll be hoping to use that today against Clare.
Sharp ball.
You see early on we're just feeling each other out. We're capably in the hands of Rachel, Frank Daly here today. Slight miss by Gavin.
0-0.
We can see early on the players just trying to figure out the alley, figure out the ball, and possibly for some wake up a bit this early in the morning. It is always hard being the first game on, trying to get yourself ready early, get the food in and get warmed up.
Play the ball again.
But, especially for big games like these in championship tournaments might be a bit easier. See Clare kind of going with the American style of doubles where they swap sides as they're serving. They're both very able singles players. And
Mark 1.
They do.
One serving, 0.
When he's serving, switches to the left. But play more traditionally, Colin will go on the right when they're receiving served in again. Colin. Oof. Gavin getting stuck against the sidewall there.
Mark 2. 2 serving 0.
Colin, well known in singles and doubles for being able to put out some of the most incredible shots that most people wouldn't even imagine.
Mark
a maverick
3.
in handball alley, but
3 serving 0.
works for him quite a bit at a time. It is definitely working from last year. They defeated Cork in the final last year. Michael Hedigan and Daniel Relihan, they'll be
3
playing
serving
after
0.
this. But it looked like Clare were in a bit of trouble early in the first game, and Cork looked at least to be taking the first game in that, but Colin really started to switch on and produce some incredible shots. And they took the first game, it kind of took a bit the wind out of the sails of Cork, and they went on win the second game. They withstood a bit of a late fight back from Cork in that game, but they played very well then. Once Colin gets going, and it's very hard to get him back out of form. He killed some incredible ball. And it is,
play the ball again,
as they say, quite flat to the floor when he puts it down. But still here we're still slightly feeling each other out at the start of this game.
Hand off.
And it's quite hard for Keith here today, as Falling is in a replacement, especially after the team has won the following week and has a bit of chemistry and such.
Side away,
to fall into that and
0.
figure out how to play. They didn't have much notice. I think it was only yesterday or the day before that Adam started feeling quite sick. Keith isn't doing too bad so far though.
Still the same, 3-0.
It's hard, especially for a senior championship. You really want a lot of chemistry playing at this when you're up against the best, especially against the senior champions. That you want to know each other in and out.
Mark
for
4,
Gavin
4-0.
Slightly off-putting, getting it in your head what way you're going to play all week with your partner, and then perhaps it kind of switches when you do switch the players your wish, but they need to settle down here quick enough if they do want to keep on the tails of Clare. Clare kind of starting to open up a slight lead early on. Gavin just getting caught by the junction of the glass walls in the back corner. Clare 5-0 up now. And Clare just doing a very good job of keeping Wexford back and letting them make mistakes.
Play it again.
And then when they do it, when they're certain of their shots, they're going for the kill.
Still
then
5-0.
We do have coverage all day here today. You'll be glad to hear I don't think you're stuck with me for the full day. I believe Jerome is arriving later on. I think the only reason he's possibly arriving is because I have 2 jerseys from him from the Southern Classic. And I think he wants to ensure that he gets them this
Mark
year.
6-0.
Because he's been following me for the last 18 months trying to get a hold of him, and to no avail. I think this is the day he finally tracks him down. So he shall join me later for commentary for
side away.
possibly the second game, but definitely for the third and fourth games here this evening. So we have 4 men's games down on the schedule. First we have Clare and Wexford here. Our second game up then is losing finalists last year from Cork. Daniel Relihan and Michael Hedigan. They're playing last year's losing intermediate finalists. Paul Moran and Kevin Diggins. Third up we have Kilkenny, the 2 Funchion brothers, Peter and Patrick, and they play Wicklow, who had a fiery game last week, of Michael Gregan and Jerome Willoughby. And the last game then is Meath, Gary McConnell and Brian Carroll against David Walsh and Brendan Fleming. So we have a few returning partnerships this year and a few new ones. So we have the 2 returning finalists. Last year the 2 Funchions played together. Lost out in the semi-final to Cork. Brendan Fleming and David Walsh is a new partnership. David coming up from intermediate last year. He played with Ty Carroll in the senior as well.
2-6.
I believe they lost to Clare up here in Croke Park. Brendan last year played with Ty O'Neill, and they lost to 2 Flemings, or the 2 Funchions down in McConnell in Galway. We have Meath returning, Brian Carroll and Gary McConnell were out of action last year. They return again, as well as the Wicklow pairing changed up slightly. Gregan last year pairing up with a different Willoughby. He's moving through the brothers. We'll have to wait and see next year. Will he switch again? And
Mark 3,
we have
3,
Wexford as well,
serving
so
6.
will they change? Keith Armstrong again going in with Gavin Buggy. Keith is starting to settle in now and produce some good shots.
4, serving 6.
They're clawing back Clare's lead. Clare had gone ahead early on, 6 aces, but only a couple left in it now. They possibly did take Wexford just a couple few aces.
6,
settle in.
serving 4.
Gavin getting caught again in the back corner with the junction of those glass walls, and well, it does get easier playing in the alley over time. The more games you play, you kind of judge it better, but there is sometimes when you're in the heat of the battle and you've only a split second to see. It is very hard to judge exactly where that ball is going.
Mark
in
7.
In those corners.
7, serving 4.
Colin with a very good shot there.
Short ball.
Colin earlier this season possibly suffered a bit of dip in form in his singles game. He'll be hoping that he has
Mark 8,
rectified it now. He's
4.
been switching back and forth between Dublin and Clare this year. In the last year, he switched to playing hurling in Dublin last year with Kilmacud Crokes, as he was living and working up in Dublin.
One hand off. 8, serving 4.
Moved back down to Clare for a while over the winter and was playing a good bit of handball back down in his home place, and is trying to come back up to Dublin again. I think there's quite a lot of players, Jerome and Nash being one of them as well,
Mark
that
9,
still
9,
representing their
serving
home
4.
counties, but are living up in Dublin, training up in Dublin, and I believe a lot of them training out of Croke Park as well. And I think they're getting great games up here. Plenty of choice, definitely. Colin will be hoping that
Mark 10,
maybe his slight
10,
dip in form
serving 4.
is gone at this stage, and he is peaking for championship. The age-old saying, giving himself and Diarmuid a good chance of returning the title again.
Pony. Short ball, all 3.
Diarmuid trying to appeal in the serve there, but it was short. And it does make quite a difference playing up in Croke Park. The alleys, besides just not even the glass box, but
4,
the other 2
10.
alleys are quite fast, quite warm. Probably not something most of us down the country we used to. Definitely, even in Liscarroll in recent years, we've finally got a heating system, and
No, not up.
it used to be quite a nice box.
5, serving
then when
10.
you switched to play to another alley, it was quite an experience, and I think a lot of players is the same down the country. A lot of players trying to get up here and get games in Croke Park in general. Get used to the alleys.
6,
it's
serving
almost like
10.
going over to market, the heat, the bounce of the ball is different, the roof and everything, different to most alleys around that you were playing in. Seniors maybe get more games up here, so have a bit more experience, but
7,
we'll see
serving
in
10.
2 weekends' time. We have the All-Ireland semi-finals. The Masters is on Saturday. Full grades, full list of Masters grades semi-finals. Munster against Connacht and Ulster against Leinster this year.
One hand off.
On the Saturday,
7, serving
with
10.
the senior ladies and senior men's semi-finals as well on the Saturday. And then on the Sunday we have the full list of adult grades semi-finals on. And then the following week we've all the finals return back here again.
Side away.
Last year
10,
they had trials a bit of a different
11.
format in having in one
Sorry.
weekend the
10,
Masters
serving 7.
Masters semi-finals and final on the same weekend, and another weekend was the adults semi-finals and finals on the same weekend. feeling was that, well, the Clare can definitely be
Mark.
convinced that it was probably a bit
11.
hard on the body, and particularly players
11
who
serving 7.
maybe got a walkover or maybe had an easier game on the Saturday. The finals definitely, format definitely
Tony.
favoured those with less strenuous games.
I thought it was good because I couldn't see it. Okay.
So this year we switched formats, so semi-finals
Thought it was good. Okay. The 2 serves. Play the ball again. Okay.
this year we have a switch back to semi-finals one weekend and finals next weekend. And, I think listening to feedback from the players, I think that's what most people want. I think the switch to Croke Park for centralised semi-finals and finals is quite welcome. It is great to have this facility, and it does bring quite a crowd for the semi-finals. Home advantage was a huge thing for semi-finals previously, and while you would have a good crowd in the local alley,
Mark 12.
perhaps overall we have a better festival of handball across the weekend when we have the semi-finals here in one centralised location. I think from experience in the past that most people's favourite tournaments are usually when everyone's together in one place and get to see lots of games, play lots of games, meet lots of people.
Second hand, 12 serving 7.
Initially when I started handball in the college system, it was kind of the way we favour things, getting everyone together and getting lots of games. And there really was a great social aspect to handball then.
Mark 13 serving 7.
And we can see here now Gavin switching to the right, so Adam Walsh is left-handed. Maybe Gavin was focusing on playing on the right all week.
First time out to Wexford.
Wexford trying to slow down the
Going back at
progression of Clare here.
7-13.
They seem to hit a bit of form there now in the last few races, but Wexford hoping that they can take a couple of seconds here, get reset, and maybe the switch Gavin going to the right will help them settle back into this game again. It is great to have handball being so many games being live streamed this year on TG Car. I guess we are delighted and grateful to TG Car for partnering up with GA Handball to provide this facility for all spectators around the country and around the world. In the future, they might pay a bit for commentary and get an upgrade on me, but it's still great to be able to watch live games in Croke Park. And I think during the year there's quite a few of the events are going to be live streamed. Obviously we're going to have the semi-finals and finals next weekend as well. There's a slew of the singles weekends going to be
7-13.
live streamed as well, and later in the year we've
a
few different events have been announced also. So it'd be great to get such consistent coverage for GA Handball. Handball did have a partnership with TG Car previously, and we had a programme on it, and I can remember when I was starting off in handball, it was great to see it on TV and get such exposure, and hopefully this partnership again will lead to more exposure like that and get more people seeing the sport, watching the sport, and ultimately I suppose get more players and kids involved playing the sport, because it is a great sport in Ireland and has a great tradition, but it is perhaps through collective fault it isn't the best advertised or recognised, and hopefully initiatives like this will bring it back in to more mainstream recognition down the line. And of course this year we do have our 2 World Championships as well.
13 serving 7.
For the first time, we've split up the 1 wall and 4 wall championship, so we're going to be returning to we're going to be going to my alma mater in UL in Limerick for the 1 wall Worlds in the end of August, just before school's return, I think, for the kids, and then based across Croke Park and surrounding venues in Leinster in October, November. We're going to have the
14 serving 7
4 wall championships as well. And Colin, this game has really been playing strong. He's playing kind of smart handball, forcing Wexford back, and when he has the chance and he's gone for the kill, there isn't much room left between it and between the ball and the bottom board. So he's starting strong here today, and Clare looking to get off to a strong start in this. Colin again, this time with his left hand, and
Mark 16 serving 7.
He is known for he can be in very awkward positions, and he's great hip strength to force the kill and get that ball down, especially when you're not expecting it. And it's a great asset to have in a game like this, especially in doubles. Our kills really do have to be pinpoint to end the rally. And even though it may be Keith Armstrong's first game.
Side away, 7 serving 16.
In this year's senior championship, and definitely his first game in the glass box, but it doesn't seem to be faring too badly so far, I knows. Tough ask in your first game to play the reigning champions, especially two good singles players in Diarmuid, Nash and Colin Crehan also, and in this alley also as well. But the 3 glass walls do pose some problems with reading the ball in certain situations.
Second hand.
Maybe not quite
7 serving
correct
16.
shot from Keith there. We're quite a defensive kind of rally going, and maybe slightly off balance. He went for the kill into the corner, just couldn't quite pull it off. And Wexford there
16 serving 7.
I think it's gone from 10-7, where they were looking like they were within touch of Clare, and we're now gone to 16-7. They've been in a couple of times without scoring an ace, and in senior or any doubles, you want to be at least getting 1 ace on each serve. Just keep, as they say, keep the scoreboard ticking over, and when you're chasing, you don't want to be going in and not scoring anything. It's
second hand 16 serving 7.
It can be demoralising, trying to catch up and not getting any closer all the time while your opponent's moving further and further away. Serve there from Diarmuid.
Mark 17 serving 7.
Clare moving closer now to taking this first game, only 4 aces away. After initial I suppose settling period, just getting used to everything. Clare have been playing well here.
Mark 18 serving 7.
Forcing Wexford deep, not allowing too many easy shots inside the lines, and particularly Colin taking their kills very well. Good shot there from Keith, and when he has been given a chance a lot of the time, he has finished off rallies.
18.
Maybe a couple of shots just trying to force the issue, but when he takes his time and is given a chance, he's similar to Colin, not leaving much room between the ball and the bottom board. Probably to do a bit more of that, Wexford. Oof. Gavin maybe hasn't fully settled into this game today. He has been struggling with injuries in recent times. He was hobbled at the end of the game last week. I think he was struggling a bit today.
18, serving 7.
To be fully mobile coming up the stairs in Croke Park, but he's moving. It doesn't seem to be moving too badly inside in the alley, but maybe not playing with the same freedom that he normally does. Oh, Colin with an incredible shot there again.
Serving 7.
We wouldn't usually advise kids to be setting themselves up on the back wall like that, but
right again.
Colin got himself a bit caught, read the ball wrong, and improvised quite well.
19, serving 7.
That'll be one for the highlights reel down the line. And
Court hinder.
I don't quite know how he even managed to get that one up.
19, serving 7.
Hit the crack of the glass wall for a replay, but
Mark 20, game
still
ball,
managed to get it through the legs.
7.
Keith that time maybe just going for the kill when it wasn't fully on, to give Clare game ball here in this first game. And Colin with another very good defensive shot. And Clare take game 1 in this 21-7. Early on,
First game,
it was going to be a very tight contest throughout. Wexford maybe started a bit slowly. They got back into it then, and they were getting into service and getting aces every time, but they seemed to 10-7. They seemed to get stuck, and they went in a couple of times after that, didn't score, and if you're definitely going to take down the senior champions, you have to be scoring every time and really flying in all forms. Gavin Buggy. Gavin Buggy just trying to get more into the groove in the alley. Taking a quick break here now between games. Bailey with Gachtain Arish, agus tá fáilte roimh Dion Céad Cluiche don lá Nish I Bach an Croke an Clare in na Charman bhuaig an Clare an Céad Cluiche féin in aige 7 agus an Nish Diarmuid ag dul ag 7 an dar Cluiche an Nish. So our first game of 4 here today. Reigning champions Clare taking on Wexford.
0-0.
Diarmuid Nash and Colin Crehan against Gavin Buggy and Keith Armstrong.
Play ball. Yeah.
Fell in late for Adam Walsh. This is Clare's first outing. First outing this year. They haven't seen too rusty so far in the first game.
0-0.
Maybe took a slight few aces, slight few rallies to settle into it fully, but once they did get going, they definitely were motoring well and took game 1 21-7. Wexford played last weekend. They had quite a good game against Moran. This was Adam Walsh against Gavin Buggy. Managed to take the win take the win against two quite young, promising players in Gavin Boyle and Owen McGinnishy. But unfortunately, Adam Walsh, who performed very well last week, took ill yesterday and had to be replaced late on. Clare now looking to wrap this game up in 2 and not create any excitement for themselves. 2 years ago they were defeated in the first round of doubles by a different Wexford pairing. They won't be looking to give Wexford any chance of that in this game. Keith may be getting slightly frustrated. He did quilt quite some good ball in the first game here when given a chance, considering he may not have played a whole lot recently. He wasn't scheduled to play here, fell in late, but he killed some good ball and maybe just some slight mistakes from misjudging the alley and excitement at the first game in this alley as well. Wexford doing a good job here in this rally of digging the ball out. Gavin has maybe slightly seemed to struggle today with this back left corner and judging the ball fully coming round, which is slightly unfortunate. He'd be hoping that it rectifies soon enough to give themselves a chance of winning this game. Again, in the first of 4 games here today, we have the 4 quarterfinals down for decision in the Showcourt. Next up, we have losing finalists last year, Cork, Daniel Relihan and Michael Hedigan, facing off against losing intermediate finalists last year, Paul Moran and Kevin Diggins from Cork, or from Kildare even. Excuse my mistake. After that, then we have the 2 and all Leinster derby of the Funchion brothers, Peter and Patrick, against Wicklow, Michael Gregan and Jerome Willoughby. And our final game of the day sees Brian Carroll and Gary McConnell facing off against Cork and David Walsh and Brendan Fleming. But quite a bit of handball before we get to that game still. And Wexford hoping that there's quite a bit of handball left in this game yet. They will want to get started quickly enough if they do want to realise that. Both players in the Clare pairing today have looked quite impressive. Colin has been killing some quite good ball. Has had some very good defensive shots as well and passing shots, and Diarmuid as well, very good at fly kills, and when you give him a chance, very good at killing in his own right. Very good, as we can see there at the paddle kill.
9-0.
Diarmuid kind of slightly ambidextrous, that he can actually serves with both hands at times. He's able to hit the ball both sides. Very smart player. He was in November. The nationals were held in Clare, and in his home court he was.
You can't.
Nationals were held in his home court, and
he
was the winner on that occasion against Robbie McCarthy, and instead of Robbie faced off again in the Southern Classic down in Cork recently, and after Robbie taking the first game, it looked like Diarmuid would force a tiebreaker until an incredible run of rallies and kills from Robbie saw him take that title for the second year in a row. Keith just slightly caught out there again with the bounce of the ball.
0 serving 9.
And it is Harrod. Maybe getting slightly frustrated in this second game and is trying to force the issue after losing the first well enough after looking promising early on.
9 serving 0.
Can maybe try to start going for shots and try and produce shots that aren't quite on. Just looks a bit at the minute the Wexford are in that position. Clare, of course, often forcing them into mistakes with some quite good serves and defensive shots also. Colin with incredible pick there, and not easy to pick, but he makes it incredibly hard for Gavin to pick the following
11
shot.
serving 0.
Colin has the ability to kind of produce something out of nothing. His two great hands, and maybe sees the game a bit differently. That some shots that we maybe wouldn't even consider or think about or conceive in our heads, that Colin just goes for it.
Mark 12, first time out for Wexford.
He can maybe at times
going back two hands, 12-0.
Miss a few shots and gains, but then he can hit a burst of form, and it's really hard to stop Colin and stop Clare when he hits that kind of form, because those balls are quite hard to pick at that stage. Both the Clare pairing are also play hurling as well, and played against them many times, and Colin can be similar in the hurling game as well, and he can be tipping away in the game, and then all of a sudden just out of nothing he can produce 5 great minutes and have 2-3 scored, and he can really make a huge difference in a game. He's recently switched last year to playing up in Dublin with Kilmacud Crokes. It shows a new challenge and new experience for him, playing a different county, different system, different club. But he has the ability to make huge differences in a game, no matter what the level is.
Okay, lads, two hands.
He's going quite well here today in the handball area as well. He's following a long line in hurlers in Clare who are also good handballers, and similarly in Kilkenny seems to be quite a production line of good hurlers, good inter-county hurlers, and good handballers as well. Recently we have the likes of Billy Drennan, Conor Doyle, Mark Rogers, Patrick Cotty between the two counties.
Mark.
Mixing
30.
top level of handball and hurling. It's quite hard to do both, especially with the way hurling and football at the inter-county level particularly is gone this year.
Mark 14.
Wexford in this second game have produced a lot more mistakes in the first. Clare just kind of looking steady all the time. Even that Diarmuid produced a great pick off the back wall, and Colin, another good pick, couldn't follow it up, but even when Wexford produced good shots, Clare just digging it out and putting the onus on Wexford to force the issue, and that is making Wexford make the mistakes. They do have the comfort of the first game win, but they're playing very smart handball here.
15.
And looking in good form going forward in the rest of this championship. So we had
Mark 16,
5 games down for the decision last weekend in the round of last 16. Down to the quarterfinals now today, so 2 weekends in a row. We do have a break next weekend, and then we have a full program of All Ireland semi-finals in 2 weeks' time, the first weekend of March. The Saturday the 2nd sees the senior men's and ladies semi-finals down for decision here again. And on the same day, the full program of Masters grades semi-finals we played also. And then on Sunday, we have all the adult grades.
0 serving, 17.
This year in outside of the senior, it sees Munster play. Munster play Connacht in the semi-finals, and Ulster play Leinster in those semi-finals. And Colin have to serve kind of nonchalantly, just produces a very good shot, and everyone was kind of almost surprised at the way it happened. Just kind of do things like that, do something out of nothing.
Good pick.
And just everything Wexford seem to be doing today just doesn't seem to be working. Diarmuid very lively around the court, and you see there when they are going for volleys and such that Diarmuid's on them straight away. Ball is picked, and
one hand off.
Nearly needs to be flat or rolling in here today to end the rally, especially Clare in good form already. They definitely weren't in any mood, haven't been in any mood today to allow any talks of an upset or any thoughts.
Mark 18.
And after this performance, you'll definitely take a team playing well, very well, to defeat them as well, take that crown away. We have seen some of the other teams playing already last weekend. This weekend we do add in a couple more, the losing finalists. Cork and Nash here, Relihan and Michael Hedigan. They played their first game today.
19, serving one.
We also see the two Funchion brothers returning today for their first game this season. We already had McConnell and Brian Carroll played
20,
last weekend as
serving
well.
One.
As did all the other teams, and looks like it's shaping up to be quite a championship now. Clare in this second game were quite ruthless. They definitely weren't resting on their laurels after the first game. Diarmuid and Colin playing very well here, and they'll be hoping to continue that on. We're going to take a break here shortly, and our second game up soon will be Cork, Relihan and Michael Hedigan against Kildare, Paul, Moran and Kevin Diggins. dígwit gach duine agus tá fáilte lomh roimh go léir go dtí an dar cluiche nu I bach an Croke. It's about Ceathrú Ceannais den fierce den Sheenshire Jubalta. Nish sa dar clá sa dar cluiche tá Cork in Kildare. And we have Michael Hedigan and Daniel Relihan, last year's losing finalists, up against Paul Moran and Kevin Diggins, who are the losing finalists in intermediate last year. So we should hopefully have an interesting game here. In the first game we saw Clare kind of powering their way home to defeat Wexford after maybe an initial kind of tight contest early in the first game, and when Clare finally got into their groove, they definitely weren't in the mood for messing around and finished the game quickly. So we might see a closer contest here now in the second game. Cork will be hoping to return back to the final again this year and rectify the mistakes last year. Last year in the final they were leading in the first game 17-12, 17-13 roughly, and they looked at least to be taking the first game. Clare came back and snatched the win, and Cork got a bit stuck on serves, couldn't get the aces, and then losing the first game seemed to take the wind out of the sails of Clare, of Cork even, and Clare kind of kept going in the second game and had quite a big lead. Cork coming back towards the end, but couldn't make up the deficit, and Clare taking the title then. So Cork looking to come back and go one step further this year. Agus don Dara Clare tá áthas fáilte chuir John Walsh an seo lumsa nish chun a thuirtum tá fáilte ráitein.
Gur mágad Bosco chun sáú hain with new leis an clifa seo.
Tá mise freisin. Tá Ceannais is tú féin.
Gra to make two more le shot in a Ray Torks Kildare on their shock than a Shakacha, so to make two either Ekal and Action Rish. And tell me this, Bosco, how has the mood been in Carroll this week ahead of this game?
The lads actually came up on Wednesday night just to kind of get used to the court. I think we saw in the last game maybe that Gavin Buggy maybe struggled a bit in the back left corner. I don't know, was it with the glass walls, or was it just wasn't feeling it today, but he did seem to kind of misjudge a few balls, and Daniel and Michael from their experience last year struggles early on in this alley, came up this week. They played a couple of games here and kind of got used to it again, so I think they're looking forward to this year. I was just saying, losing finalists last year, they were going very well in the first game, and this year they'd be hoping to go one step further and rectify the mistakes they had last year.
Absolutely. Well, the glass is going to be a challenge for all the players for sure, but as I said, you would expect now the Cork experience will see them win the day here. I know Kildare last weekend did not play in the Showcourt, so it'll be interesting to see how they cope with it all. Particularly when you're on the right hand side there, I think perhaps what Gavin Buggy might have struggled with a little bit a couple of times was, I think the back right corner is the hardest place to take a back ball when the camera's staring right at you. I don't really know how the players do it, but we'll see how they all cope with it now today. A few things I'm looking forward to seeing here. Kevin Diggins on the left hand side there for Kildare, great power serves, great precision with his shots. Paul Moran then of course is very, very steady on the right. He's going to be retrieving a lot of balls. He was picking some fantastic balls last weekend, but I think it's fair to say the master of picking balls in this game is likely to be Michael Hedigan with those two shovels he has for hands. And I don't know, will we see some magic shots out of Daniel Relihan today too?
Possibly. We were, Daniel and Michael and myself even, were in America last month for the pro stop in St. Louis, Missouri, and I think he confounded some of the Americans with his tomahawk shot. He got quite a questionable nickname out of it, Dr. Tomahawk, which don't think it's going to catch over this side of the Atlantic.
Well, we'll do our best with this set of commentary now, Bosco. Maybe we can make Dr. Tomahawk stick. But of course, we'll just wait and see how many of these he can hit today, whether he needs to. We'll see how it all goes.
I think they did switch it. It was the surgeon then after that, Surgeon Tomahawk, I think. I think in the end they maybe switched the final one was the surgeon, but then they had a new one in the article. Tomahillan, I think was a play on Dr. Tomahawk and his second name. Yeah, I don't think those nicknames will be sticking maybe over this side, but we'll see how many he pulls out today.
Let's see. It looks like we're close enough to getting the action started. Referee Paul Gaffney in charge of this one today. I think he had a fantastic performance as referee in the few games that he refereed last weekend. I know refereeing is a job that nobody likes to do, but in fairness to Park, he did 2 senior games in a row last weekend, one of which went to a tiebreaker. It's an exhausting job. I know it's very hard to stand and pay attention to the ball when it's moving so quickly, and also a tricky job to do when you're standing out in the middle of the crowd.
Senior quarterfinals in the O'Neills.com Senior Championship. Serving from Cork will be Daniel Relihan and Michael Hedigan, and receiving from Kildare, Kevin Diggins and Paul Moran. 2 games to 21 and a tiebreaker to 11 if required. 0-0, play ball.
Here we go, starting off. Cork ready to serve in the first one.
You were mentioning a while ago, John, about Michael Hedigan being one of the best right-sided players and well able to pick the ball. Daniel and Michael playing with Liscarroll the end of last year. They did win the senior interclub here, but I think that day in the semi-final, some of the junior B players were waiting to play their All-Ireland final straight after Liscarroll semi-final, and one of them witnessed Michael for the first time, and I think gobsmacked was the most
that's fair.
apt word to use.
Most of us are gobsmacked from.
He couldn't quite believe what was happening in front of his eyes, but we might see some of those shots again today.
We do.
All good. Second hand.
Paul Moore just narrowly missing a corner kick. That was the right shot to go for. Let's see if we can do with a serve. Nice rally to get things started.
Daniel with a miscue there, but
one serving 0.
We could see in the last game as well, they kind of took both sets of players a few rallies,
second serve,
kind of settle into the game and figure things out, and particularly early in the morning to kind of warm up into playing handball.
I'd say
particularly at championship level, it is quite a step up from
2-0
from tournament level. To get into things straight away is quite hard.
Let's just see how Cork settle into this game. They had a long journey down this morning, so that's bound to have had an impact on them. And Kildare, of course, had their win in the Leinster Intermediate Championship yesterday, so plenty of hours on the clock this week for them too. But they've got a nice little early lead here, nice something to settle them down.
Who did Kildare play in that Leinster Championship last night?
I believe it was Kilkenny. Let's see now, nice setup on the back wall here for Diarmuid. Paul picks it well. That one's just going past him. Oh, and Daniel puts it away. Well done.
You can't be giving Daniel those type of shots in
0 serving
that
3.
close to the front wall.
No, I think he puts them away all day long, but here's a lovely serve from Michael Hedigan there, just into the back right glass.
1 serving 3.
Because Kildare, of course, were in the All-Ireland final, intermediate All-Ireland final last year, and narrowly losing out to David Walsh and Tyke O'Neill. I suppose they also will be looking to rectify their mistakes from last year and go one step further, similar to Cork in the senior. They'll also be looking to Kildare be looking to go deep in this as well and get good games, good experience, and perhaps do a double themselves. But
absolutely. Well, for now, Cork seem to have totally nullified that early lead that Kildare picked up. Michael Hedigan with some lovely, consistent serves down the right there into the glass. Let's see what he can do again. He's aiming for the same spot every time, anyway.
It was something Michael struggled with for quite a few years. and was maybe something that was quite holding him back quite at seniors.
Four
That
serving
he didn't
three.
really seem to have a consistent serve or a threatening serve, and while it's not to be all and end all, it was harder for him to make aces, and he does like digging things out, but
right now he looks like he's serving consistently and dangerously, so let's see how it lasts.
On the line.
He's using that glass
Second
very
serve.
well. Whatever training he did during the week here, it seems to be standing to him. Nicely put away by Daniel there.
6 serving 3.
Cork have settled into this again now. And
Reserve it.
Well, that'll happen.
Check
4 big
ball.
men in a small court. They're bound to get in each other's way.
Check it.
Daniel trying to float the ball into that right corner.
6 serving 3.
And he's quite a fan of taking things on the fly and going for that spectacular rollout.
You're appealing the
Here's
serve. I
Cork
couldn't
first
see it.
appeal here.
I made no call. The serve. I couldn't see it. Short.
And looks like both
Too
lines
short,
just think that it
second
was
serve.
short, so our first appeal, and he keeps his appeal, of course, because it was overruled.
Cork getting a
Serve
reprieve
it.
there after losing the rally.
Check the ball.
And I suppose we've had a few
6 serving
clarifications
3.
of rules in recent times.
Check it.
Here's another one that maybe was a bit
Reserve.
unsure that hitting your partner twice. Some may have called it a second serve, some may not, but
Oh, very well put away there. There's no getting them back, Bosco.
no.
7 serving
Michael
3.
himself would struggle.
Short ball.
He is again aiming for that
Second
side, but
serve.
he's getting a little frustrated with the short balls now, but we'll see now if he can put them out of the rest of the game. Oh, well got with Paul.
Mark.
Even though Cork won that rally, I was impressed with that get with Paul there. Not many can get them back when Daniel
8
Relihan does that
serving
to you.
3.
Oh, there you go.
Mark.
No getting that one back either.
I think
He's aiming for that same spot.
9 serving
Michael
3.
getting frustrated. I think one of his training partners in Cork
Time
commentates
out.
that
It's your first.
even when Michael rolls the ball
1
out, he
minute,
somehow
lads.
still finds a way to get frustrated with himself. So
Score coming back.
um,
It'll be 10
it's
serving
maybe
3.
just a consistent team for Michael in general, and hard to know fully what is going through his head.
Well, I can't see how they'd be frustrated right now with their 10-3 lead after so few minutes. Kildare raced ahead to that early lead, but quickly nullified by Cork, and as far as I can see, Kildare are going to struggle to get Michael Hedigan out of that rhythm of small, consistent serves into the right corner. They're very powerful, very hard to get back.
30 seconds.
Even if he is hitting the odd short, they still seem to be picking it up on the second serve. So, what do you think Kildare need to do now to establish themselves back into this game?
It's quite hard because even the last 2 or 3 serves from Michael, they almost cracked off that side wall, and unless you're standing right there waiting, it is very hard to get those back when the serve is
Okay,
that consistent.
resuming play. Cork to serve.
It is quite
10
hard to know
serving
sometimes
3.
to do
Play ball.
what to do with the Cork pairing. When you're trying to kill, they need to be perfect against Michael, because he'll get almost anything that's not perfect
Second
back.
hand.
And if you're forcing Cork back, Daniel has a penchant for going for
10
long range
serving
kills
3.
or pulling out a tomahawk or something like that that'll catch you out, and it's hard to fully know what way to play them. But they do I suppose they do need to definitely force Cork to move backwards a bit more and keep them out of those front lines at least, give themselves any chance.
Absolutely. Well, we saw Daniel serve there quite similar to
Oh,
Wicklow,
reserve
maybe a
it.
bit more power. Getting a reserve there, Glasgow's getting each other's way. But let's see now what Daniel
10-3.
predict he's going to hit it straight back into that right corner again.
Mark.
Paul did well to get the serve back, but unfortunately just sets Daniel up in that way.
11 serving
Very
3.
difficult to do anything with a serve that good.
And
Mark.
Doing nothing with that either.
both Cork players just seem to
12
be
serving
the
3.
same panel, that right side wall, just hammering it at the minute. Well, not with that serve, but it still might work out.
Mark.
It does. But both their serves seem to be very consistent around the same area, that right side wall, and
13 serving
almost
3.
cracking every time, and it's very hard for Paul to do much about it. And even when he does get it back, he's maybe giving Cork chances to finish the rallies off.
There you go, Michael's first time getting caught by the glass there. He'd be disappointed with that one, but they're bound to happen. You can see him there touching the glass, trying to get the grips with it. Yeah, let's see what Kildare can do to try and drag themselves back into the game. Early stages yet.
It's not a bad first innings at your serve to get 13 aces.
Mark.
Both Cork players a bit caught by surprise.
4 serving 13.
Connected that in a different way to what they're expecting.
Talked briefly at the start about Gavin Diggins' serve and his power, so we've seen a few examples of that there. He's not quite cracking it off the glass like he's trying to, but let's see, can he still make something out of this rally?
Second hand.
Not quite this time. Last time around they got 3 quick aces off Paul's serve, so let's see what he can
4 serving 13.
Kevin is training quite consistently here in Croke Park. I'm sure he's well used to this alley at this stage.
Reserve it.
Here.
Check the ball. 4 serving
maybe
13.
reading the alley isn't quite as much of a problem for him as others who are travelling up.
That was a lovely corner kill from Paul there. Really nice, clean shot.
5 serving 13.
Paul doesn't seem to play the tournaments as much as other players, but when he does show up for championship, he is he is able to pull out the shots when he needs. And
6 serving 13.
He's a very good player in his own right. And they will be one of the favourites for the intermediate doubles championship as well this year. Especially a left and right combination is always very hard to beat.
Side away.
It's kind of hard to know where exactly you do serve.
13 serving 6.
Two people's strong hands every time.
Does Michael aim for that same panel again? It's a similar result.
Although Cork don't seem to be having that problem of
14
not knowing where to put it today, and down the right, that side wall is really providing quite bountiful returns from.
Second
well
hand.
Finished by Kevin there. Cork just caught on the hop slightly.
14-6.
Couldn't pick that one, but you're there in their second hand. Similar serve again from Daniel. Around.
Second,
again, just
side
getting
away.
caught in the glass a little bit there.
6 serving 14.
So they limited Cork to 1 ace that time, but
second serve.
they need to start scoring themselves a bit more consistently.
I think so, yeah, they've a little bit of work to do. That's a decent serve from the corner in the wall, so let's see now. Lads are on their opposite sides as usual. We're coming back now, but looks nice.
Shot by Michael.
Really great shot from the back of the court into the right corner. Really nice.
6 serving 14.
Two Kildare lads were stuck on the right, and smart play by Michael, just forcing it away from them. Shot by
Mark.
There, yeah. Really nice.
Roads are reversed in that rally.
You don't have to kill them all.
14.
Half shots are just as effective.
Serve there. The ball just about getting over the line. Set up here now for Daniel. Can't quite finish it.
Tricky roof shot, Paul did well to get to it there. Well picked. Play's getting a little close, but Cork come through with it. I do like this new approach in handball where they're letting games flow in the doubles and not calling every single minimal bit of contact.
Yeah, I think particularly at senior level it was a team maybe to give the players a bit more space, but did lead to more replays.
Kevin just getting caught by a tricky back wall shot there.
15
down.
serving 7. Check it.
Oh, I'd say Michael will feel that one now. He's a big man though, well used to that, I'd say.
He gets plenty of it on the hurling field. He's not immune to it. He's quite annoying in the hurling field as well, so he brings a lot of it on himself.
Second serve.
Well retrieved there, Michael.
shot there from Paul.
Lovely shot from Paul, yeah.
Almost gets it back up, but couldn't quite.
Hand out, second hand.
I think most players would struggle to get that one back. Really, really good shot by Paul. A lot of good play from Kildare here. They just don't seem to be making the marks when they're getting in.
Side away.
But let's see. A chance to do it now. Let's see what kind of serve Kevin Diggins can muster up here.
Again, limiting Cork to one ace and that, but they are quite a bit behind, so they need to start making up there. Help them fall.
Yeah, that really strong initial burst from Cork when they got in for their second serve of the day really seems to be coming back to bite Kildare now. It's a lovely serve. Let's see what Diamond's doing. This is opposite putting it around. Maybe just try and disorient the Kildare players with the glass a little bit. Let's see what he can do with this one. He's got caught by the glass again, yeah.
Struggling with that right side wall a couple of times.
9 serving 15.
He's trying to rush it a bit too much, I think.
And all of a sudden then we're back to 9-15. Game isn't over yet. Kildare still have some work to catch up to Cork here, but Cork by no means running away with it as they were at the start of the game.
How good?
Couldn't quite finish that off.
Yeah, just skipped up a little bit there.
Had a couple of chances, but
9 serving 15.
couldn't get through it enough.
Check it. Reserve.
Running into the ball there himself.
Mark.
Unlucky, yeah.
10
Another
serving
let off for
15.
Kildare here, and they're crawling back into this at 10-15.
Right serve by Paul, Daniel digs it out, just finishes off the second time.
Yeah, Pyrrhic victory for Daniel there, getting that first one back. He was always going to be caught out of position for that second ball.
11
Paul
serving
planted it right back to
15.
him very cleverly.
Defense.
Well retrieved there. He did well to get to that. And Diggins puts it away then.
Time out. It's your first.
Here we see Cork taking
Score
their time out
coming
here
back.
to
It'll
slow
be
things
12
down a little
serving
bit.
15. 1 minute.
I've been very impressed with Kildare's play now the last 10 minutes or so, particularly from Paul on the right. He's hitting some very clever shots.
Yeah, they've kept Cork back a lot more than at the start of the game, and we've seen the rewards they're getting back into this game. They're only 4 aces behind now again. So it'll be interesting to see can Cork get that burst again that they had at the start of the game, finish off game 1, or will Kildare come from way back and take this game as well.
Yeah, we might see a little bit of a theft on our hands here. Kildare could steal this
20
game.
seconds.
Senior level, of course, the games constantly ebb and flow and momentum back and forth. It's
Check
quite hard
ball.
to call most
Resume
games
and play.
until the very
Kildare
end.
to serve. A score of 12-15.
And Kildare here with
12-15
with one
within 3
hand
aces
gone.
now already.
Kildare just with one hand left, so let's see what Paul Moran can do.
Daniel with a good defensive shot though.
Side away.
Very tricky one off that back wall there after it hits the roof. They kind of just droop down. Very hard to get your hand on.
15 serving 12.
So you can Cork get their serve working again now, like it was early in this game.
Well, there's another
Hedigan.
trademark Michael Hedigan serve there.
Be hoping to a few more of those at the end of this first game.
16 serving 12.
If we have another strong patch from here, they could close the game out here now, but let's see. Still 5 marks to go. Oh, well, not if Paul Moran has anything to do about it. Look at that. Absolutely great shot.
Popped up
16
from the
12.
serve and gave Paul a chance. He didn't need a second invitation. Riley here now.
Kevin going to try and put it down. Opposite go around. Let's see now.
Paul has a chance now to finish this off. doesn't quite go for it, goes defensively. And
Michael puts it away then. Fairness to Paul, the ball seemed to just skip out of his line for the kill at the end there, so he just had to keep it up on the wall. Here we go, it's 17-12 for Cork.
Sure ball! On the line.
Kildare appealing this one. It was hard to tell from up here, but it was very close, whatever it was. Let's see what the line judges say.
I called it short. You couldn't see it?
The line judge couldn't see it.
Short.
And one of the line judges
He
called
didn't
it
see
short.
it. I called it short. Your linesman agreed. Short ball. Second serve.
Okay.
A lot of
Second
confusion
serve.
here. We're still on second serve.
Well taken shot there. Kevin nearly got his hand to it, but just kind of skipped away from it at the last second.
Cork settled down.
18 serving 12.
I've got 3 aces to creep slightly closer to the first game win.
You see them changing their serves up a bit now, hitting a few of them down to Kevin instead of aiming for that right corner. It'd be very hard to keep that consistency up now with aiming for the same panel every single time. It's all great if it works out for you, but as you start to get tired, as a bit of pressure mounts on you in the game. Well,
great shot there.
Pressure doesn't seem to matter to Michael Hedigan right now with a shot like that.
19,
Beautiful.
He's
serving
not
12.
having the same problems as Daniel over on that side.
Reserve it. Check the ball.
Daniel, I think
slightly frustrated.
I think he mishit that one, what frustrated a little bit rather than what Paul himself. Don't think Paul did much wrong there.
2 serves, 19-12.
Daniel gets another chance here on this.
Oh, really, really well taken there.
Paddle roll out there.
And yet we have not seen any
20,
tomahawks
game
yet.
ball, serving 12.
I won't say it's disappointing, but maybe soon.
Dr. Tomahawk isn't in the office today, perhaps.
Right away.
No. Dr. Tomahawk just struggling with that last one there. It was a strong shot into the left corner.
12 serving
From
20.
Kevin, and unlike I suppose the previous few shots where they left Daniel in front court, you do need to force him back and force him moving to give yourself a
Second
chance.
hand.
You get a nice defensive shot there. And Kevin serve.
12-20.
Just about flips the ball up. Good serve from Paul. Dirty one from Michael, but
Arc.
this time he gets the
Just
ball
missed
out
it.
right.
Just a little bit. There's another ace for Kildare.
13 serving 20.
They're creeping ever closer to them now.
I don't know, was he trying to go for it, but it didn't quite work out that time for him on the tomahawk.
No, and it's another point for Kildare. This game isn't over yet.
14 serving 20. Drop ball. Second serve.
Just getting a lot of balls just going around the walls here, but Michael goes for it. And he puts that one away.
To take
Well away.
Right away.
get him back into serve. Just the second game of the day, we've already
20
seen
game
Clare,
ball,
Clare
serving
defeat
14.
Wexford, and the winners of this game, I believe, face the winners of the next game on here
First
today.
game, lads.
There's another strong serve from Michael Hedigan to close it out.
Kildare will have serve in the second. 2 minutes.
First
Quite an
game
enjoyable first game, Bosco.
was, they kind of went back and forth. Cork had momentum early in the middle part of the game, then Kildare came back into it, and seemed like maybe they were going to pull a surprise in Cork with a comeback, but towards the end there, Cork settled down again, and some good kills, and took the game. So they'll be hoping to, I suppose, start and finish like they did in the last game. Kildare will be hoping that they don't let Cork get quite as far ahead in the game. So we'll see shortly what will be coming up in the second game.
Yeah, and sometimes at the end of one game, one team tends to run away with the momentum, but that doesn't seem to be the case here. It seems to be ebbing and flowing a lot here. Kildare were still clawing their way back into that towards the end there, so we'll wait and see. Are Cork going to run away with this second game, or are Kildare going to put up a serious fight and push a tiebreaker?
It does, a lot of that game seemed to come down to the serve, and when Cork had good serves going and consistent serves, Kildare were under a lot of pressure in Cork. Really got a lot of aces out of that. When the serve maybe deteriorated slightly, Kildare came back into it, so Cork will be wanting to settle down again and get those serves going, keep them consistent, and I think if they do that, I think they can progress here. But they won't want to give Kildare a chance at all. We saw a couple of serves there from Cork were a bit loose, and they were punished quite comprehensively from by Paul or Kevin.
As I say, no rest for the wicked. We're less than 30 seconds away from game 2 here. Do you think Kildare will be happy with how that went for them, all things considered? What did they finish on there? 14, I believe.
14 or 15. You can't.
I mean, you're getting intermediate doubles finalists getting 14 aces in the first game against last year's All-Ireland doubles finalists. So
yeah, now Kildare are no strangers to the senior scene. Perhaps not in doubles, but in singles. They both have over the years played quite a lot of senior tournaments and have good experience playing these type of players.
Second game, Kildare to
Kevin,
serve.
I believe is in around the top 10 or 12 in Ireland in the rankings, and Paul,
serving zero.
The last few years maybe hasn't played as many tournaments. Definitely a few years ago he was consistent with those as well, and I think even Daniel and Michael both experienced quite comprehensive losses to Paul in golden gloves and such, so they may still be intermediate players by grade, but they definitely have a lot of experience at senior, which I suppose is a big help to them in games like this.
Yeah, well, Paul certainly showed his quality in that first game there, hitting some fantastic serves, really earning some points for Kildare there.
Second serve.
Gavin just going to alter things a little bit for his second serve here. It was close, but it worked out very well.
So it was a very aggressive serve for a second goal, but
well, sometimes you just have to go for it.
Yeah, it didn't work out for him, I'm afraid, but Paul caught it in his hand, but couldn't get enough on it to get it on the wall. Because sometimes one of the most frustrating shots that you can have. Michael is liking that left corner a bit today. He's done that kill a couple of times.
He has indeed. He's gone back to that serve again. Let's see.
And it is quite hard when you're on the right with those kind of kills from Michael. It is actually kind of hard to judge what way the ball is going to come out when it's going glass first. Especially, I suppose, the opposite way to the most natural kill. So that can be catching Paul out as well when he's watching Michael kill him.
Daniel's serve just going between the two players, but Kildare deal with it well and they win the day here.
Usually with this Cork game, usually Daniel has the more consistent serve and the more threatening serve, but early on in the first game it looks like Michael has settled into his serve a lot more, and they're reaping the benefits from his serve more than Daniel's so far in this.
They seem to be. Let's see how that continues for the rest of this game. Kildare just unlucky with that shot there, yeah. Still have their second hand to go, so let's see.
They do need to keep those to the minimum if they do want to come back into this game.
Sharp ball.
Referee calling a short there. Let's see.
Sharp ball.
Will we have an appeal? We do.
Maybe thought it was good myself, but
thought it was good. Two serves.
Both line judges disagree with the referee, so we think we'll have two serves here.
Check it.
Maybe replaying it again.
Reserve.
We had a few replays in this second game, maybe. Not many in the first game.
Well got.
Daniel. Nice and cool.
It's one thing picking something, but then when Daniel Relihan's on the other side of it.
1-0.
It's easy to set them out here, but if you are picking like that, you need to be doing something more with it, I suppose. Good kill there from Michael. And
lovely soft hands from Michael there on that kill.
2-0.
To let it float into the corner.
Michael does have the ability to, when the ball is kind of hip height, to reach his body up and get over the top of it and kill it into the corner that maybe not everyone will be able to do.
It's a lovely dive from Daniel there.
Free kill.
Yeah.
on the dive. I'm sure the floor is hopping afterwards. It is incredibly hard to play in Liscar Alley after Daniel has been there. There was sweat covering quite an area in the alley.
Yeah.
I think she's getting a little close for comfort there.
Put out to tomahawk, but he couldn't quite clip that left side wall that he's known for with it.
Sharp ball.
Yeah, the Cork players called it their own one there. I believe the ref was slow to call it because perhaps he couldn't see it behind the Kildare players, but in fairness, the Cork men raised their hands. That's a very different serve we're seeing from Michael there. Haven't seen that all day. Let's see if it works
Kevin,
out.
He didn't quite go for it as much in the second serve. But Cork is still in it. Kevin with a chance to finish it, but
just struggling to get there. He seemed to pause at the last second there, like he didn't think he was going to reach it, but then realised he could.
I don't know, did he think Michael was going to go for her tonight? Did he think the ball was going to come back quite as far as it did?
It's a tricky one off the back wall now. Very tricky.
Michael is pushing himself a bit.
I think it's an underrated shot in handball, hitting the roof and then down off that back wall on the glass. If you're not used to it, very hard to scoop it up.
Especially in a fast alley like this.
Absolutely. In a fast alley and in a fast game and senior doubles.
Serve there for Kevin.
Really strong serve. Michael was struggling to get his hand to it.
1 serving 3.
So at the early stages of this game, both teams just kind of trading blows, it seems. Kevin gone for that, but he still put this one away. Michael might just get a hand to it, he does. And Kevin just puts it away, nice and softly. Really well done. It might be a little wet in the ground here that they need to dry up, but...
I wipe that floor, Kevin.
Sometimes people fall into the trap of trying to absolutely hammer every kill, and sometimes it can be hard to slow yourself down in the game and just take it slowly and be calm and collected, and a nice soft kill into the corner.
Absolutely, it was some lovely,
more effective and
surprise
the opponents.
Lovely, calm and clever play from Kevin there to do that. But yeah, still trading blows on this initial stage. Nobody running away with it in the early stages.
Seem to be figuring each other out again at the start of the second game.
Check it.
Both trying to get back into their groove again.
Yeah, bit of fatigue might be sitting in for both sides now, so maybe those power serves aren't coming off as well as they were in the first game. But let's see. Sometimes another jolt of energy comes later on in game 2.
Tough shot into the corner, but Michael seems to be doing okay with those so far today. Across the way is there from Cork. Both seemed unsure who was going for it, Daniel. Again trying to pull out the tomahawk, it doesn't quite work.
But it just needed to be left to Michael to push it down the side there for a nice pass shot.
And again, nice and easy, just
2 serving 3.
Directed it more than hit it. It worked out very well.
Return just about hitting the side ball now. Daniel going for a bit of a chaos shot, but Kevin reads it well off the back wall. Lovely shot. Kevin's very happy with that. You see him fist pump in the air there.
Together at 3.
Kevin, I think, is trying to rile up Kildare a little bit here. Let's see how it goes.
Even scores here early in the second game now.
A very tricky shot into that glass there.
Clipped it into that corner, and Paul couldn't see which way it was going.
As I said at the start, I don't know how the players deal with the camera being in the corner of your eye going into that corner. So it's very tricky to do.
We just set up here now.
Just too much power out there for Kevin to get a hand to it.
Went for a bit of a pass instead of a kill, and
4 serving 3.
Power on it. Kevin just couldn't quite flick it back up.
Giving up to his roof shots here, slowed this rally down a little bit, but here we go. And Paul just gets it up on the walls. Michael put it away.
Have to do more with that against the likes of Daniel, I'm afraid.
Having said that, I think Kildare had the chance to pick that ball at the end there. Daniel probably didn't put it down the way he wanted to, but all the same, it worked out for him.
I think he had him pinned slightly with their positioning as opposed. They couldn't react quick enough.
That ball just falling short for Kevin there, so Cork earn another mark out of it. Michael is again going for that consistent right corner.
Cork have
another short hitting out there.
They have been able today, once Kildare have come closer and come level, that they have got those couple of aces again to get their lead again.
Yeah. Gavin just cut across there at the end there.
You can't advance yourself and take away a shot.
Bit of a rush of blood to head from Kevin.
7 serving 3.
Should have stayed where he was, and
yeah. Tricky to do in the heat of battle there when everything's moving so quickly. But
give yourself a better shot next time. But
but just that key bit about the avoidable rule, it's nothing to do with intention. I'm sure Kevin didn't mean to get in his way there, but as the rule states, if you could have been somewhere else, you need to stay in that other place. Kevin, in fairness, not arguing with the referee's decision. I think he understands the rule quite well.
8 serving 3.
Crossing the ball is just one of those.
8.
Michael tried to argue another race. He'll take everything he can get, Michael.
Yeah. But just in general throughout the games, it kind of seems that Cork are finding those aces a little easier to come by than Kildare. Kildare seem to be having to work very hard to earn their aces.
Reserve it.
So that's a good example of just being unable to move because not knowing what way your opponent is coming from. So that example is not unavoidable.
Sharp ball. Second serve.
They have struggled to get that serve down the right going in this game quite as much, but they're still getting aces. Michael seems to be handling the ones around the corner in the right corner, but he's struggling with those straight ones off the back wall that are hitting the roof beforehand. So maybe Kildare might target that as something to get a bit more joy out of in this game.
And let's see how risky is Daniel going to go with this one. Reasonably safe.
Not hugely, but it still works out.
Worked out for him, yeah. Kevin just struggled to get a hand to it the way he wanted to.
9 serving 3.
Power just caught Kevin. Got to him before he realised. That time Michael having not as much trouble.
Yeah, lovely straight back ball for him.
10 serving 3.
And again, just after Kildare drew level, Cork 7 aces, and suddenly they have a gap opened up again. And they have been able, in this game anyways, to just hit those. That's a great serve from Daniel.
Fantastic serve, yeah.
They've been able to hit those bursts of form to just keep themselves, do enough to get themselves ahead and keep themselves ahead.
Paul doing well to get that one. Came out properly. Oh, what a beautiful left-handed kill there from Daniel.
It's your first of the second game. Score coming back could be 12 serving 3. 1 minute.
So Cork in another burst of a lot of aces now to put Kildare under a lot of pressure to drag themselves back into this game, but we saw them doing it in the last game. It'll take a lot of energy from them, but it is very possible for them to drag themselves back in.
Yeah, but if Cork keep serving as they are and keep that consistency, Kildare will find it hard to get back into this game. Cork in the first game as well went on quite a run, didn't it? 13 aces in a row. I think they're on 10 aces in a row at the minute. I think it's 13-3 roughly, but those kind of runs are helping them a lot. And Kildare need to find a way to
1 minute.
Stop those
bursts of aces.
Or ref Gaffney getting a bit confused with time.
You see Kildare just liaising with themselves there. Do you think they're going to change up their tactics in any way here to try and drag themselves into it, or will they continue with what they know?
I think maybe on returning the serve, maybe slow it down a bit and maybe start to play a slow game in response and
okay, lads, resume play.
Cork into thinking about do
Cork to serve.
Or do they
score is 12 serving 3. Hey ball.
At the a minute. They're just really struggling to impose themselves on Cork serve. Cork are reaping the benefits of that and getting a lot of bases.
Yeah, Cork are really dictating the pace of the game right now, aren't they? Lovely get from Michael in the corner. Oh, great get there from
a great shot from Michael. You can see a lot of the times maybe Kevin and Paul are just struggling to get the ball up on the wall, and a bit more than Cork are. And
free serving 12.
Let's see here. Kevin looks.
Set your feet and get a right shot on it in there.
Kevin's continuing with the power serves anyway, so let's see how it works out for him. Bit of a trademark scoop from Michael there.
Paul's able to finish it off.
I thought perhaps someone might appeal that serve, but maybe I'm wrong. Eyes deceiving me from back here.
Yes,
so
power
serve working.
Kind of maybe looked a bit like a clipped a short lane.
Thank you.
No. Great sporting gesture from Daniel there, calling the double hop on himself.
Bit of a loose return from Michael there about Paul to get in and get the kill.
5 serving 12.
Kevin has switched away from the power serve, and particularly in doubles, power serve it really has to be perfect if you're going to score aces off it. Sometimes moving your opponents or putting the ball in between two of them, causing a bit of confusion is a better option. Kevin maybe trying to switch to that now.
There was another attempt at the tomahawk there, but I think he knew as soon as the ball left his hand it wasn't working out.
6 serving 12.
Those shots haven't quite been coming off with Daniel here today, and I think he actually got the quarter-final last year against the Funchions where he really got known for that shot. He had quite a couple that really came off, but today they're not.
No,
a great passing shot there.
7 serving 12.
Maybe starting to creep back into the game.
They are absolutely with 7-12 now. They're really putting marks on the board, and they're starting to come a little bit easier to them. As I was saying earlier, in general they've been hard to come by for them, but and just as I say that, Daniel puts away a lovely kill into the left corner with his left hand.
7 serving 12.
There has been sometimes maybe where Paul is kind of just tapping the ball up onto the wall, and if you're giving Daniel those kind of chances, you're not going to be staying in the rally very long after that most of the time.
Another clever shot from Paul there, though. Just a little paddle, a little bit of softness to the shot. If he had hit it even a little bit harder, Daniel would have got to it. Very clever and composed play from him.
Yeah, sometimes you can, in those situations, you can get caught in a battle of just kind of blasting it back at each other, and just maybe take someone to take a second, either calmly kill the ball or force it past the other person instead of trying to overpower them at the front of the court.
Absolutely. Well, I think at this stage of the second game now we might see a little bit of fatigue creeping in on both sides. As I said, Kildare had that game last night, as Kevin said to me on his way in, only 12 hours rest, and then of course Cork had the very long journey from Carroll to get
Scores
here.
8 serving 12.
So let's see how the stamina holds up now in the closing stages.
Second.
And indeed, if a tiebreaker is to be needed,
it'll
really be a test of mettle then and of endurance.
Oh, sorry. 2 serves. My bad.
Having said that, it was a very strong roof shot there, lovely left overhand.
Even if you were in position.
A great left overhand shot from Paul.
9 serving 12.
For most of the game, he's been staying on the right hand side, but Kevin needed him over on the left there. So it was good teamwork, good calling, and a really strong shot. And there's another one followed up with it. Lovely corner shot. Kildare haven't gone away.
10 serving 12.
Last few aces Cork aren't quite imposing themselves on Kildare's serve.
Paul is struggling to get his hand to it at the angle that he wanted there, the ball kind of cutting across him. Let's see now.
Serving 10.
Michael's going to continue his consistent serve down the right.
Unfortunately for Kildare, it was kind of a soft way to give up the serve when they were doing so well. Hedigan trying to go for a tomahawk and just Nash.
shot off the back wall here.
Left side wall with us, yes. Michael with
Very clever
left
shot there.
corner shot again. I don't think Paul could see it until it nearly gone past him. It is hard to judge the ball when it hits that
13,
side wall first.
10.
Absolutely.
You lose it slightly, and half a second it takes to find the ball again. It's gone past you. Michael with a chance here now. Goes for the pass again. Paul couldn't get it back up.
Mark.
And again, just when Kildare seem to be getting close to
14,
Cork, maybe can get back
10.
in and start to get those couple of aces to push themselves further.
Yeah, as I said, just
Further out again. Tough shot for Daniel, but great finish.
again, they seem to just be getting these aces with far more ease than Kildare were. They rack up a quick lead all of a sudden.
Daniel did well to slow himself down and calm himself down on that back wall shot instead of rushing it and just trying handed it. He killed it nicely, even though it was a difficult position.
And comes back around to Michael. Oh, poor Paul gets a bang in the head there. Michael just frustrated that he hit the man on the wall.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've had
15
it's always hard in doubles, and warming up in doubles is incredibly hard. There's very little space in there. We have had quite a few replays here today, players hitting each other.
Yeah, well, a little let off for Cork there now. Paul really nearly pushed them out with a kill that was just inches off. And there's a nice pick from Michael. Paul's pushes it down the right. Kevin did well to get his hand to that.
You see it there, just Cork there, their clubmates as well, and they've been playing together for probably over 10 years, since probably more, since they were children, and they understand each other very well.
Absolutely, it seems to be seamless when they have to move over in different sides.
They understand very well what, for the most part, what shots each other are going to take, and what shots each other are strong at. They do complement each other quite a bit.
Absolutely. Daniel's expressing a bit of frustration at missing that last shot, but he still has his serve to go. And they are well positioned to take this second game if they keep up this momentum.
Michael that time not letting it to the back wall to give himself trouble.
Oh, and a lovely kill from Daniel there.
Cork there is nearly fighting for the ball, but Daniel Jen finishes it off.
17 serving 10.
And again they've got that burst.
And there's another excellent serve there, straight into that glass. Just a little bit of spin on it just to take it away at the last second.
And when Cork have hit those purple patches, Kildare just don't seem to know what to do to stop it, I suppose. Or
absolutely.
Cork aren't letting them stop it either.
It's hard to stop a freight train when it's coming at you. Indeed, he creeps ever closer to closing this match out. Some more really strong serves. Paul doing very well to get a hand to that one. There's not a lot you can do with a serve like that, though, when it comes at you at that speed, that precision.
Reserve it, lads.
I think that's a fair call from the referee
just
there. Yeah,
it was I'll reserve it.
A little bit. It was harmless enough. No malintent there. It's been a lovely sporting game so far, actually. There's been no major arguments much. I know it was the one avoidable call, but even then it was accepted without any argument.
Cork pairing didn't particularly look for it. It was just as a result of what happened in the rally.
That ball just skipping up now, and then Cork are only 1 point away here.
And again, just a barrage of aces altogether. Cork really going on bucks in this game instead of maybe not looking for that consistency throughout that they might like, but I'm sure they'll take the win any way it comes. Move on to the next stage. They have 2 weeks to prepare.
Let's see. They're going to close this rally out. Kevin's certainly trying his best.
Can't quite finish it.
Oh, he nearly got to it. Nearly got to it. He really wanted him to get that shot. But yeah, a strong out performance there from Cork. I think.
Yeah,
I know you're perhaps a little bit biased there, but genuine All-Ireland contender still, Bosco.
Yes, so this was the last couple of years they have been one of the strongest doubles pairing in the sport, and probably more known for their doubles prowess than maybe the singles until perhaps the last year. They got to the final last year. They got in Broadford before Christmas. They got to the final there as well, and almost had a 2-hour game against Robbie McCarthy and David Walsh, and just fell short in that. So yeah, they are quite a formidable pairing, and will be take quite a good pairing, playing well to beat him this year again.
And as for Kildare, that performance there will leave them in good stead for the rest of the intermediate championship.
It will. I suppose their only concern might be that when the other team got on top, that there was a lot of aces in a row. But if they can sort that they did show glimpses during that game that they are able to trouble even the top players. So they'll hope to take a bit out of that game. They'll be fresh for their All-Ireland semi-final in 2 weekends' time. They won't have any games before now after being knocked out here. And they'll go into that. I believe they're facing Ulster opposition. I'm not quite sure who, but they'll go into confident enough that they can perform in this alley and perform well, and have every chance again of being back in the final and go one step further compared to last year.
Good stuff, and we see now Wicklow taking the court to warm up for the next game. Níos mó Cliffy ag teach the new Bosco, so
yeah, Shin Jared and Dara Crehan in new. So big mid Rash Galua and Trio Crehan.
Yeah, Fonlin.
Go Margaret.
agus fáilte roimh raisiú don tríú cluiche Ceathrú Ceannais tá goin aniu. Seo Kilvantá an ag Kilkenny gur áit cluiche le Ceannais. John Brannock an seo Monstrachter tá Bosco Hurley in éanaach dom go tá Bosco.
Clare still fan, Sean.
Gabra to McTanuga more and Clare show. We'll have plenty to talk about here in this one. This is really looking like the pick of the games today. Wicklow had a fantastic battle last weekend against Jerome. This is Kilkenny's first outing this time around, but as we've seen in previous championships, they are really a formidable side. They lost out very narrowly to Cork's Michael Hedigan and Daniel Relihan last year. Prior to that, they've been into the All-Ireland semi-final where I believe they lost out to Galway's Martin Mulcairn's Diarmuid Mulcairns. But we have some really fascinating battle going on here. Something really to look forward to.
Yeah, and Wicklow last weekend they played Tyrone. There was a couple of heated moments perhaps in that game. Kildare, Wicklow in the end quite passionate in their celebrations as well. I think it was definitely a championship game, lived up to the billing, and hopefully we'll see that here today with I suppose the two games so far. Whilst in the first game early on was a bit tight, Clare kind of did kind of win that easily enough after that, and while at times Kildare pulled Cork back, Cork just always seemed to have that bit extra that they could get ahead and get away and take the lead if they needed. So perhaps in this game we will see a few more fireworks and a bit more of a tit-for-tat game, and we'll have an enjoyable viewing for our spectators with us today.
Well, whatever about fireworks, but we certainly got a lot of experience in the court today. Michael Gregan there, a vastly experienced player, along with Jerome Willoughby, who's been playing handball for a long time. Then the Funchion brothers, well, what can we say about them? They know each other very well, as you would expect. They've plenty of doubles handball under their belts here. Probably the more experienced duo we would expect in this one. They're probably favourites for this game, but then again, we saw some moments of magic from Wicklow last weekend against Jerome, including that brilliant right corner kill from Jerome Willoughby to win it out for him in the very end. Having that experience, that very recent experience of a tiebreaker win, might stand to them in this one, but let's wait and see.
Yes, I suppose similar to Cork, the brothers from Kilkenny, as there is a couple of years difference maybe between them, that they have played consistently together for quite a while, whereas Wicklow last year, Michael Gregan teamed up with a different Willoughby brother. He's quite a few to choose from, right? But and they played Daniel and Michael in McConnell last year in round of 16, I believe. And they did give him quite a bit of trouble. Willoughby on the right that day. Johnny Willoughby had, I suppose, a bit more of an orthodox style, and it was causing problems for Daniel and Michael. They did eventually come through, but yeah, we have Michael Gregan, quite a seasoned campaigner, quite smart. It'll be interesting to see how this game goes.
Today we have Frank Daly from Dublin in charge of the proceedings. And first up to serve here we have Wicklow, so let's see.
Is doing the line on the right, and Paddy Donovan is doing the line on the left. Okay, play ball,
just ready to kick things off. Wicklow's first serve.
Side away,
getting them out quickly in the initial stages.
Johnny maybe just getting a bit excited to start the game. Might have been better to wait for it to come back out, but
on the line.
Jerome, sorry, not Johnny. Jerome has kind of last year come back to playing a few senior tournaments. I believe he was up at the McConnell tournament, and he also played the Southern Classic. So he's back playing at the senior level again quite a bit.
1 serving 0.
Just some initial nerves perhaps getting the better of him there. Kilkenny taking that 1-0 lead. Very early stages though.
Again, similar to the Kildare pairing, I don't think his grade in championship is actually senior, so he is making the step up to play this game here today. Gregan is an established senior himself, so maybe for Jerome just take a bit of getting used to the pace of the ball and bounce and such.
Well, Wicklow have got them out fairly quickly here.
we see actually from the Funchion brothers there, I suppose an American style of play, we might call it, that switching sides for when you serve the ball, that whoever serves go on the left, and Clare do that as well, Crehan and Diarmuid Nash. It's probably not something we're used to as much over here in Ireland doing.
Hand off, 0 serving
I'm
1.
just struggling to get that last one there, but some slow roof shots here going on. And going for it, and Michael puts it away nicely. They're in their first mark.
Mark, together at 1.
Michael has been struggling in recent years with a few injury problems. He wasn't able to play a couple of senior tournaments, the Classic and such. He had to pull out Liathróid, but so far in this double championship hasn't affected him in his play. It'd be good to see him back in the Cork consistently. He's one of the top players in Ireland when on form.
There's a bit more aggression out of Jerome there after a slow build up of roof shots. Ooh. Oh, lovely volley from Patrick there.
Side away.
Really nice play.
Serving 1.
A very reactionary shot, but he did very well with it.
Jerome do well to get over to it, and computer do it. Michael puts it away very nicely there.
Good rally there from Wicklow.
1 hand off.
See, Michael isn't afraid to throw himself around. He's
together at 1.
definitely much an all-action type player. Likes to play himself into the game and get himself
side away, 1 serving 1.
Wicklow getting a little riled up here in the early stages, just trying to light fire onto their game. And it bounces awkwardly, but Jerome manages to get the hand to it.
I think there is a bit of a theme early on from Kilkenny that they are trying to play it down the right hand side and see what Jerome can do at this level.
And maybe unlike the last game that we saw in the initial stages, we aren't seeing a lot of aces being put on the board.
Yeah, I think the first 2 games everyone's kind of similar. It does take people a few rallies to fully settle into the game. Get you picture the ball and everything like that. I think it's no different here as well.
Interestingly, it seems to me that all players here, when they're going for a serve, they don't seem to be aiming for the crack serve, but rather seem to be interested in just getting a rally going and trying to finish things off that way. So, make for a longer game, make for a slower game, but perhaps they're all anticipating a long, drawn-out match and they're trying to conserve their energy. Those lower power serves going for the crack, they take an awful lot of energy out of you.
And particularly if you are hitting them short or not quite connecting with them, they can take quite a bit out of you. So, yeah, you do have to be. Game management is an important aspect as well. Smart shots from Peter trying to force Wicklow back until he has the chance to go for the proper kill.
I've seen Peter make a lot of those shots over 3 years. It's a key strength of his, just putting them away in the corners like that. Did well to get that one. Slowing down again. Pushes it right back. Can Jerome get to it? He does. Chance for Patrick down to the fray here.
Better play now from Jerome. He's settled down into the game a bit and he's putting out some good shots. Wicklow still in this rally.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
They've done very well for a lot of that rally there. Michael had a great pick and I could see the idea was right. Peter was in the middle of the alley. Maybe if he'd gone down the left, Jerome could have forced it through. He might have struggled to get to it, but clipped his teammate, I'm afraid, instead of the wall. Michael getting very close on that shot.
I think Kilkenny won the rally anyway, so as the referee would say, you did the work for me.
Serve.
Nice tidy shot there. Pinpoint accuracy.
6 serving 1.
does seem to be an aspect in this alley as well, if you can kind of get close to the crack. Oh.
A shot behind the back, let's see if it works out for him.
We had a couple of shots in the first game from Colin, Crehan through his legs, and now we're going behind the back as well in this game. Blue and yellow are pulling out the trick shots today.
It has worked out for Wicklow in this one. One of those shots you really shouldn't hit unless you absolutely have to. But
I did think the ball was going to come round for him, but maybe Michael thought different.
Must have.
You never know what's going through Michael Gregan's head.
That's that unpredictability, just one of his strengths. Slower build up in this rally. Little roof shots out of balls around the wall. Set up for Jerome here and see what he does with it. Goes for the pass.
Shot from Jerome. Settling down a bit more into this game now.
Kilkenny seem to be looking for a cover balls there, but I think the new style of refereeing. I think the new style of refereeing is to let the game flow and let the players take their shot, which they did. They didn't seem to be that impeded by things.
We do kind of have that clarification of the rule that if you want to replay, you don't take your shots. If you go for the shots, that's kind of your advantage has been taken.
Nice sporting call from Kilkenny there to made a double hop.
Peter trying to force Wicklow back before he maybe gets a better opportunity for himself. Gregan again letting go through the legs. Ooh, late call, but it's okay, they get it back up. It's a similar shot that Jerome used to win the game last week. Worked out in the end for him.
Mark 3, serving 6.
Looking well off the mark at this stage now. Seem to be getting into the rhythm of things.
Smart shot there from Michael. Just control it down the left with his fist.
4, serving 6.
Tricky shot for Michael Green to deal with there. A little bit of contact there.
Is this one of those situations where we apologise for the language live on air?
Yeah, don't think so.
From the players.
Not what I signed up to.
Well, good pick there from Jerome. And it's definitely all action here so far.
5, serving 6.
And again, we kind of seem to have a bit of a team so far today where one team kind of gets a bit of an early lead and the other starts coming back, but we'll see can Wicklow stay in this game now that they're playing a bit more freely.
Absolutely. Well, momentum is so important in handball, as you know.
Patrick maybe going with the fist where it might have been better to open his hand.
Time out for
They're trying to
Kilkenny.
take that momentum out early, very quickly here in this game.
First time out.
6-6.
Very close in the opening stages here.
Yes, and Kilkenny seem to have the advantage early on. Wicklow settled down, particularly Jerome. Maybe seemed a bit unsteady to start his game. He's producing good shots now, and Michael as competitive as ever, and he's definitely putting pressure on Kilkenny, forcing them back, picking ball and doing very well so far in this game.
You see both teams there in conversation with each other, just trying to settle their tactics down. Get an idea of what they're trying to do.
Seconds.
Momentum seems to be with Wicklow at the minute here, but let's see if Kilkenny can kill that, bring themselves back into the game, establish themselves again, as they had in the very early stages.
Score is 6, serving 6.
I think I saw during the week that the two Funchion brothers won the Leinster Senior Doubles title, I think defeating Wexford in the final. So they have had a couple of competitive games together recently as well, outside of the All-Ireland Senior Championship.
Absolutely, they're a steady pair for sure, as we see here now. Keeping things lovely and steady in this battle of the roof shots. Evan just waiting for the chance to take a shot on it. Kilkenny took the initial jab. We're back into the roof again now. Is Wicklow going to go for it? Kilkenny pushing it back in a lovely way there. Running around the back wall very well.
It was a smart shot, he just couldn't quite pull it off.
I think he was right to go for it, just the execution wasn't quite what he hoped.
Slightly off. He did well to calm himself and think about it.
Wicklow players going to get Insure's way there a little bit.
There was a call and maybe
Possibly a little bit of a leg ball. I'll be disappointed with that.
A bit hard.
Can you get a chance to impose themselves in the game again here now?
Peter really, he does like, he forces you back, just plays the percentage shots, and then when he has his chance he goes for the kill then when he's almost sure of it.
Well, his strategy's reaping dividends right now anyway. He caught Jerome out at the back of the court there very nicely.
Michael will nice little just flick the ball up, keep it safe.
Play the ball again.
That's a fair call from the referee.
Still
there.
7 serving 6.
But no malice involved. Peter trying out one of Relihan's tomahawk shots by the looks of things.
Peter kind of playing a bit of one ball almost, kind of overhand, just forcing them back the whole time.
It's a tricky shot, but he does well with it. Just to get it before it hits the wall.
Those are quite difficult.
Play the ball again.
Call for the referee there. Referee deems that it was going to hit the
7,
wall. I think there was enough height and power on it. Bosco, it's probably a fair call.
It's hard to judge fully, but those shots that Peter had in that last rally were rushing towards the front wall and trying to get there. They are very difficult. It's quite hard to know what to do. Go for the soft one, risk missing the front wall altogether, or to blast it back and risk giving it straight to the player. It's always hard to know.
You see one of these slow build-ups in these rallies, so is Peter going to go for it? Adds a little power to the shots. Well picked.
See Peter trying to actually force it back into Jerome on the ground there as well, like after he picked a great ball.
Straight back off from him, yeah, let's see. Jerome nearly got to it, but Peter did just enough. Peter did just enough to earn the ace there.
It was quite a setup for Peter off the back wall. Michael making a bit of a hand error to give him the chance.
Okay, 8 serving 6.
I suppose even since we come back from timeout, there has been quite a lot of play, but there's only been 2 aces to show for it. I think they will be very hard earned here.
8 serving 6.
While Kilkenny made a lot of play in those rallies, and Wicklow were picking a lot of ball. Now they have 3 aces to show for it.
It's a good play from Patrick there, though.
9 serving 6.
Strong serve, followed by a nice corner kill. Textbook handball, serve and kill it.
It's a simple game.
It is.
Play the ball again. Play the ball again. He couldn't get out of the way.
They do seem to be compared to maybe the first couple of games where maybe it was ball hitting man. This game seems to be more replays for people being close to each other.
Yeah, and I think that probably goes down to the style in which this game has been played compared to the last one. The last one was very much a game of power, serving, and trying to close out rallies very early. In this one, we're seeing a lot more of this long, drawn-out rallies. Trying to wear your opponent down. And when that happens, not only the players bound to get more tired and less able to get out of the way, but I think the style of play actually lends itself to people getting in the way a little bit more.
Yeah, it is much more of a battle, I suppose, that aces aren't going to be given up easily.
It's a strong backhaul shot from Jerome Willoughby there.
There's going to be a lot of defensive shots as well. both players on the left here, Michael and Peter, kind of using that around the walls approach quite a bit, confuse their opponents. Just been playing the percentages on the serve. Good shot there from Michael though.
Yeah, the Funchion brothers just struggling to get a hand to it at the end.
8 serving 10.
It's kind of one of those half down the middle that you're not fully sure who's going to go for it. So. I don't know how Jerome hasn't hit himself in this rally. Pick from Michael. Hit the opposite player, I think.
Play the ball again.
Couldn't see it fully here.
Check the ball.
I think it might have hit Michael after it hit Peter.
Yeah.
So.
8 serving 10.
Just hard to fully see from up the back here.
Yeah, my eyes deceived me a little bit there at the start. Thought maybe something else had happened.
During that last rally, Michael just get caught in the back
Hand.
corner.
Yeah.
During that last rally again, Jerome had that dilemma again of what you do with that shot when you're rushing towards the front wall.
Absolutely.
I saw one recently where it happened in a Munster final, and one of the players, I think he maybe clipped it with his glove. It didn't make any difference to making the front wall, but he connected with it, and the other team was so surprised they didn't even go for it. So there's different ways to do it, I suppose.
That's a hand. Our ball wasn't up. I don't think the ball was up. The ball was it? Sorry. Okay, sorry. Okay. It's a mark. 9-10. You can't appeal it.
I wasn't too sure myself.
Tricky call for the referee here.
It's a mark. 9 serving 10.
It did sound kind of good, but it did pop up kind of weirdly. It can be hard to know in the heat of the moment.
It's a mark. 9 serving 10.
Funchion's kind of going with a different approach, returning the serve.
Not up.
Almost
Together at 10.
Almost letting Peter play singles on the serve. Patrick maybe just waiting in case it comes all the way around.
Interesting approach, and let's see if it works out for them.
Worked out that time.
Peter's putting that away very strongly.
It is probably an unusual tactic at senior, particularly, unless someone is injured. But
as we know, these players know each other very well, so I'm sure this is not the first time they've tried this tactic out. Maybe the first time we've seen them try it, but
yeah, and I think this year there was a bit more of an unknown added because in previous years there had to be at least one senior player in the doubles partnership to play senior. This year that rule has been removed, as we saw Kildare playing in the last game, both of them intermediates. Added a bit more unknown as to who players are going to be playing, and finding challenge games was maybe a bit more difficult because you didn't want to match up against someone you could be potentially be playing down the line.
Side away.
Nice finish from
10
Patrick there,
serving
nice and
10.
cool. Just floating it from all in behind. Again, Wicklow going for that, using that left side wall and trying to maybe confuse the other team.
One hand off.
Peter was looking for a play over there, but referees having none of it.
One hand off.
It is very hard in doubles, particularly senior doubles. Everyone's going to get very close the whole time. We have Jarkunan arriving in an hour late for his commentary duties. He may have been celebrating last night. So we have a timeout here after that. And yeah, it is, compared to the first two games, I suppose it is very much a battle.
Yeah, it's slower play, it's more drawn out. They're always waiting for their chances. Less risky play, I'd say, from both teams here.
Yeah, I think Clare were just so dominant. Diarmuid and Colin they're almost able to kill from anywhere. That once they got on top, it kind of ended the game quickly. Daniel, probably known for his penchant for going for kills from anywhere or from any position, so it probably does lead to the game being finished a bit quicker.
So tell me, Bosco, would you be brave enough to call this first game at this stage?
I think at the minute probably Kilkenny still look a bit stronger. They are very smart, but I wouldn't. So if I had to bet on it, I'd probably say Kilkenny at this time, but I wouldn't be surprised if I lost that either.
Yeah, fair.
What about yourself?
Very little between them right now. I would not be at all surprised if this goes to a tiebreaker.
I suppose it also depends how this first game ends. That sometimes you can see that the first game can be quite a battle, and then depending how you lose the first game, it can take all the wind out of your sails, and you lose a lot of momentum. The second game can just go by very quickly, but we'll see how it turns out.
Then again, in some cases when the players have steeled themselves expecting a long drawn out tiebreaker, as much as is taken out of you in the first game, they do have it planned out now that they're going to have to make a big push in the second one.
Michael in the last rally just seemed to maybe go for a shot that wasn't needed. Probably did seem like it might have reached the back wall from here, but he tried to spectacular through the legs. He does like to show off a bit, but maybe not always needed in situations like this.
Nice strong shot from Peter there. Jerome trying to get his hand on it, but
11
not a lot he could do.
10.
Wicklow getting knocked out there with noise. I don't know, is it the first time in this game that since we kind of settled down into that's happened, but we do always want to score at least one and just keep that scoreboard ticking all the time.
Nice tidy put away from Peter there.
10 now.
He's got a lovely left side arm there. It's coming in very handy for him when he needs it.
Kilkenny going back into the lead with that last kill there, and
they seem to be getting a bit of momentum here now.
Mark 12 serving 10.
Peter maybe getting more into the game, but I think we've a long way to go yet.
Absolutely. But again, they're opting for these roof shots here to slow things down a bit. That's their style.
Maybe a second chance.
Just losing sight of the ball as a pass to him there.
Kilkenny have maybe changed tactics a bit. Early on they were targeting Jerome a lot, and now he's settled into the game. They're maybe switching it up a bit.
Yeah, and that said, toss around. Michael is getting it up, but oftentimes it's just laying down nicely for Peter. Now in this case, we've landed up for another. It worked out very well for Wicklow there.
One hand
worked out very well. Let's see what Patrick can muster up now with his serve.
Michael has given a couple of chances straight off the back wall to Peter, and the last few times, maybe the previous few times, Peter had capitalised. That time Michael did very well to pick the ball. Good shot from Jerome. Patrick just about. Michael misses the kill.
He's frustrated with that one there.
Serving 10.
And suddenly, I suppose, Kilkenny have opened a slight lead in this game. Peter almost trying to patch Michael on the way out.
Well picked.
They are both very athletic players, two Funchions. Good shot from Jerome.
Very tricky one to bring around there. More of those deceiving shots against the glass here into the corners.
Especially nice and softly come down. It's very hard to get your hand in behind, even when you can know exactly where it's going.
Jerome trying out that serve around the walls here. It's an old standard double serve. It worked out very well for him last weekend. He was struggling to get to that one. It was a nice shot.
I think he maybe thought it was going to pop out the other way.
15.
He's going for the crack serve there. A bit more aggression out of the Wicklow play now. I think perhaps they're.
Jerome just about tipping about that front wall.
Did he mean it, Pascal? Here's the question. Only he knows the answer.
Sometimes though they're the ones that, when you don't exactly mean it, they're the ones that can actually motivate you quite more even.
Absolutely. And here we are now getting more aces coming out off the back of it.
Mark 12,
As I said, a bit more aggression out of the Wicklow play here. I think perhaps they were maybe getting a little fed up with the slow methodical play from Kilkenny. Wanted to mix things up a little more.
Good defensive shot there from Jerome.
13,
He's definitely settling into this game well now after some initial shakes. That was very well to get that back.
He really did.
And a great ace out of it.
And all of a sudden Kilkenny are under pressure.
They're only one ace behind again now. Wicklow.
We're going back at 14-15.
14-15. Only the tiniest of margins between them. Kilkenny really feeling the pressure now with this Wicklow comeback. We thought maybe that Kilkenny were running away with this first game. They seem to have all the momentum in the world, but in fairness, that aggressive serve there from Michael Gregan's really paying dividends.
Yeah, and I think I don't quite know who said it, but there's no saying that the real game starts when you get to 15, and it's 15-14 now. There isn't a whole lot between them, and it's going to be a battle now towards the end of this game. We could even see more maybe defensive shots, and people hedging their bets and not going for the kill unless they're really sure.
Yeah, you see now why I didn't answer who I thought was going to win the game.
I was confident enough to just throw one out there at least.
You have a 50-50 chance. It's bracing himself. Let's hope it doesn't affect his play now. Shot to the head like that.
Mark 16, serving 15.
It would be horrible ways to lose a game, but
it would. It was perhaps a fortunate shot. I think Peter knows that himself.
What I kind of confused you, but it would be down on the front wall, so down on the back wall. Jerome just clipping the front wall and that roof shot.
Peter happy to stick with the roof shots here. Is he going to put this one away? Jerome did very well to pick that. Peter's out getting a hand to it. Let's see what Jerome can do with it. Goes for it. Peter's back.
Jerome just about getting back up again.
Slows it back down. Ooh. Peter will be upset with that one.
One hand off.
Michael kind of slowed it down, just guided the ball onto the front wall, and Peter kind of rushed himself with a left fist. Might have been better opening his hand and paddling it into the corner.
More close quarters in there. We'll just play that one again.
I think their styles as well. They do put it around the walls a lot more, and it does lead to the ball being closer to players a lot more. Maybe the last couple of games, Gills have been more straight or there into the corner instead of going around the whole time.
Really strong pass shot from Michael Gregan there, using all the walls.
So far since we've gone back in after the last time out, has been ace for ace either side.
Just a bit of
together at 16.
cross contamination, you would say.
A cardinal sin, I tell my juveniles is.
The ball just dropped awkwardly on the glass there as he brought it around. Very tricky one to get your hand on.
One does annoying shots you're waiting for ages, and you just know it's going to end up in a bad position, but there's nothing you can do about it.
Banter goes to launch the ball back to Jerome again. Nice work there for Wicklow here. Lovely shot from Michael at the back of the court. Wicklow crowd getting riled up here as well now. They're really getting behind them.
Up, but I don't think Kilkenny couldn't really move to do anything about it, because they risked unavoidable if they did. He placed it very well.
Just that really deceiving roof shot, frustrating Michael there.
Taking the frustrating out on the ball when he's bouncing it there. Trying to get himself geared up. He had a nice reversing that ball, but Peter did well to return it. Jerome. Smart play there by Jerome. He probably was covered, but he knew Kilkenny are out of position if he could get that shot down the right.
Absolutely, and some good refereeing there, letting the game flow, giving Wicklow the chance to hit their shot. We saw how much it meant to Wicklow there. Oh, and another crack serve.
It's a good thing I didn't bet my house in this.
Mark,
First
18,
game.
serving 60.
It's not over yet. Still a long ways to go. More slow roof shot play here. Let's see now who's going to have a go at it. Will it be Wicklow first? It's on the roof shot.
By Jerome.
It looks like Peter.
Maybe. Jerome with a good pick. Oh!
Well put away with Peter there. Really well.
Great kill.
Someone
I
push the
think he
floor
went
in.
with his fist. Tried to see his hand afterwards. It's hard to see, but
Just doing a little bit of maintenance on the court now, perhaps a little bit of wet on the floor. But this really is an intriguing contest, Bosco. Oh, excellent shot. Really, really strong shot.
Mark, 17.
provided with refreshments here, but I'm unsure what we're supposed to do while we're on commentary.
2 serves, 17, 18.
Stare at them in longing. But,
It's nice to be thought of. Here we go with another slow one. Is Michael going to go first?
Michael, for the most part, has been very calm and collected and knows maybe Jerome should be a bit more calm and collected with that shot. Again, we see.
Screen serve.
Yeah, I think that's a fair call. Yeah, it was a little bit close to his body.
I struggle to see myself where we're sitting right behind Michael. It's very late it came around. Michael's just about getting it up.
He brings it around the walls again here now. Oh, it's a good shot, goes a minute drop off here for Jerome. He's trying something similar again. He's just waiting for the setup here.
Jerome being smart, just not trying to force a shot that isn't on and just letting Peter have to choose what he'll do.
Michael opts for the power. Patrick manages to get a hold of it.
Patrick with a chance, great pick by Michael. He did well to bring it back in the court so he could get back up again and get the next shot, but Peter's a chance.
Look, Michael covered an awful lot of ground there, but just didn't work out for him in the end. Some fantastic play from both teams there.
He has maybe a couple of times just set Peter up straight off that back wall. Peter with his turn has been smart. It looks like he's going for a kill and forces it back at him, and they kind of been forced to go for it if they.
It's a lovely serve there from Peter. Like I felt he had no choice but to go for that. Let's see. Kilkenny going to pip this first game.
Screen serve.
Another fair call. Fair Peter putting his hand up, he acknowledges it.
See with Wicklow being first sitting here, give them a chance. They are in the driving seat. Oh,
just dropped perfectly.
Maybe a bit of a lucky bounce that just cracked off the sidewall.
18.
And Wicklow will be hoping to get one chance again in this first game there. Kenny on second hand. Wicklow look to get him out. Chance for Jerome to go for it. To force him back. Difficult one for Michael.
Did well to get it. You could feel the stretch.
Again, Kilkenny just happy enough to keep that ball going around.
Kilkenny eager not to make any mistakes here now.
Just getting tight in there. Good shot from Jerome. Patrick does well again. Dig it up.
I have a feeling that no matter who wins this rally, someone's going to look up to the crowd. Yeah.
He had his shot and he played it, and I let it go. Okay, I'll call it if it's screen. He had a shot and he played it. I call it if it's a screen, okay? It wasn't a screen.
It is It is part of
It's
the clarification of rules lately that
20.
No,
if you do go for your shot, that
the referees
isn't going to be a replay.
referees asserting his authority well there, I think. He's in charge.
Wicklow get their chance again. Can they make use of it?
Tricky shot. Now let's see, can they steal this first game?
19 serving 20.
Stranger things have happened, Bosco. They could steal this game.
Yeah, they did get 18-16 ahead, and they had a bit of momentum there, and it looked like they might go all the way.
Only 1 mark to go.
I think Kilkenny were doing very well going back in.
Gather at 20.
Could be about to lose my bet. They have 2 hands to finish it off. Oh!
Make that 1 hand.
1 hand off.
An inch away from clipping that front wall. It would have been a great kill, but Kilkenny definitely weren't expecting it. They were miles back to goal. Michael taking control here now in this.
Oh, it was a lovely shot.
A great shot.
Very tricky one. Did not bounce the way that Peter Funchion was expecting it to. Some great play from both teams there. Not a lot between them.
No. Yeah, as the scoreline indicates, and yeah, maybe at the very start Wicklow kind of struggled a bit, but they came back into it strongly. Jerome playing well, and Michael battling well. He's been very calm and collected, Michael. He's, especially off that back wall, not rushing himself and just scooping it up. I suppose there is quite a style difference compared to earlier games, and indeed both these teams are happy to force the other teams back and only take their chance when they're absolutely sure.
Absolutely,
so
I can see a bit more fire being injected into the second game now as the stakes raise, because Kilkenny will have to come out battling here. They've been very calm and collective in their play. I think they're going to have to take a few more risks now if they're going to close this one out. They know that themselves. They can't find themselves very far behind in either the middle of the game or coming towards the home stretch.
Yeah,
but we know they're a very experienced team. They've been here before.
Yeah, they've plenty experience together and in tiebreakers and situations like these. Which I did say when it got to 15 that was when the real game started, and you could see that the intensity did go up at that stage, and yeah, the aces were fought for a slight bit harder. I'm sure in the second game Kilkenny will be going even harder again. Wicklow have a bit of a cushion in a way that they don't have to force this game. They aren't going to be out if they lose, so it can maybe be a bit more relaxed. Probably isn't fully their style, but maybe they can relax in a couple of shots and it might help them a bit. We'll see. They did very well to battle their way through there, and it has been an entertaining game so far. This third game here,
I think what's approaching now is probably going to be the most entertaining second game of the day we've had so far. I really think the Wicklow crowd are going to get behind their players. They'll add a bit of fire to things. Going to really up the atmosphere, up the ante in this one. You see the way Jerome and Michael celebrate some of their good shots inside. The crowd really get behind them then. I think things are going to get loud in here, Roscoe.
So yeah, I think they'll possibly get loud in the alley as well. See from the clip was going around on Facebook last week when Wicklow beat Tyrone, and there was a couple of heated moments in that game. I think at the very end Wicklow were definitely joyous in their celebrations. Yeah, we'll see how this second game goes. It's definitely sure to be a tight battle anyways.
Absolutely, a lot to look forward to now. So Fanlin agus an Dara Cliff ag teach the Nash. Okay, ag bheits an lá Kilvantan nó Kilkenny fan go bhheicimid.
Shin on Viogagum win. Tommy the Rest on Dara Crehan, Kilvantan in Kilkenny. So Wicklow taking the first game by the narrowest margins, 21-20.
Just to reiterate, the rules come out 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Now ref going in, Frank Daly maybe going into that to clarify some of the decisions. We have had some rules clarifications just prior to this championship, so maybe some players not fully used to the new ones yet. When you're in a heated battle, you do resort back to what you know. It can be hard to get used to new rules straight away. So the ref maybe just explaining himself beforehand what way he's going to ref this before the game. It's more of a thing you see in rugby that you hear refs talking about how they ref certain aspects, but maybe it's something as well in handball is needed sometimes also.
Yeah, well, it's a very tough job there to be refereeing. Now we have a very experienced referee in Dublin's Frank Daly today. Now I have significant sympathy for any referee who has to ref in the Showcourt here, because unfortunately you have to ref it from in among the crowd. Refereeing a football or hurling pitch might not hear what the crowd are saying about them, but a handball referee very much does. They hear every single word. So it puts the referee under a lot of pressure. A referee has to assert his authority. In fairness, Frank Daly has done that today.
Okay, lads, Kilkenny to serve, second game.
And I think that chat in between the game now was just to, as you say, Bosco, clarify a few things for them, and just to try and keep things under his control. So let's see.
0-0.
Can Kilkenny force the tiebreaker? That's a good start.
Mark 1.
Those ones, they're an awkward one in any alley, but especially when they're running down along that glass wall, it's very hard to judge where exactly they are.
I suspect this is the outcome that Kilkenny were hoping in the first game. A little bit like what Cork were doing in that game earlier on.
Slide away.
Yeah, they go back to the tactic of forcing down the right. They kind of moved away from it in that second game.
Kilkenny just a bit unfortunate there with Peter hitting Patrick with the ball. Yeah. Very hard to get out of the way when it's moving at that speed.
I suppose the thing you tell kids is once the ball has been served, you try and get off that side wall so you've somewhere to move at least.
Mark 1, serving 2.
He's caught a bit more when they are serving down the right themselves. Becoming a bit of a team that does around the walls defensive shots from the serves.
Mark, together at 2.
Having said that though, Bosco, we're seeing a much more explosive start to this second game. Things were very nervy at the start of the first one. Things are moving a lot quicker now. Jerome was unfortunate losing his footing there on that one.
2-2.
Let's see, a bit of aggression out of Michael Gregan now. Is he going to keep up the momentum he had in that first game?
Yeah, I think the start of the first game again, people were just settling into the game a small bit, figuring out the ball in the alley. They're definitely at the pitch of things now.
Here we have a return to someone's through shot game, but Michael hitting the one to come off the back ball.
He does very well.
Does extremely well. Michael calls it good, yeah.
3 serving 2.
So he just clipped it with his fingertip and clipped the front ball as well. Tries it again but couldn't put it off.
Tricky to keep that kind of play going.
Side away, 2 serving 3.
But yeah, a much more explosive start to this game than the first one. Or Peter getting the brunt of another shot there. At least this one wasn't into the head. Or Patrick, I should say.
Yeah, and maybe counterintuitively he seems to be facing the other way compared to what you think, but yeah, I think this game would definitely be the most intense we've had so far today, and I don't know, it would be the most intense we see yet today. I think the fourth game could be quite intense as well. Meath, Brian Carroll and Gavin McConnell against Cork, and Brendan Fleming and David Walsh.
Second hand, 2 serving 3.
Kilkenny just been frustrated not to have made any mark there, but they do still have Patrick serve to go here. Interesting choice. Not one you see every day, but could work out for him. Well picked.
Michael has been very good today. Just when he's picking the ball, he just kind of guides it back up to the front wall and re-kills it very well. surprised Kilkenny a few times with that.
Absolutely. Well, lest we forget, Michael Gregan was at one stage was he the first or second ranked player in Ireland back in 2012 in the dominant Paul Brady era. He was right up there with them, so he has plenty of experience to bring to this.
He gets caught just in the back corner. He wasn't quite sure which way it was coming out of that.
4 serving 2.
Glass.
Peter didn't really well to get to that one. It does become a slow
nearly making things awkward for himself.
Yeah, chance for Patrick.
Michael not able to keep that up properly.
Side away. 2 serving 4.
Letting out a yell of frustration there, but I don't think there was a lot he could do with it.
Well left. Jerome did well. He got a late call and he did well to get himself down and
Did.
2 serving 4.
straight into the corner and roll it out.
And we know he likes that right corner, as we saw at the end of the last game against Jerome.
Does well again, just take his time and get the ball up.
Peter's doing just about enough to keep them in there, Ollie. The ball just skipped away from him. It was a lovely bit of spin there at the end.
Side away.
It looked like it was coming straight to, as I said, up to Peter and just took a hop at the last second. Smart play from Michael.
Patrick will be disappointed with that one now, but
5
get a
serving
chance
2.
to rectify it now. Let's see.
Wicklow definitely are trying to keep the intensity up as much as possible in this second game and
Absolutely.
really put Kilkenny under pressure.
Yeah, and let's just see if they can keep this momentum up for the full 21. I think Wicklow will.
I called the score, I did.
We're having a bit of argument over
I called the score, okay.
timing of the call of the score and the serve.
Okay.
Wicklow are very
6
eager to get on with this.
serving 2.
And why is there in their perfect patch keep going, keep serving and keep going. You do find yourself sometimes when you're in the middle of that championship game and you are feeling well, you just want to keep going and you don't want things to slow down at all.
Absolutely, Wicklow are truly going into this one with intent. Naturally enough, they do not want a tiebreaker forced, and I feel if a tiebreaker was forced, you'd probably favour the more experienced double partnership to win the day. Good shot from Patrick there, yeah, really just.
He saw Jerome was kind of stuck against the right side wall.
7
Instead of going to the corner, down the right, he floated it down the middle.
Jerome made a good effort to try and get to it there, but just
He's
not enough
probably on
on
his
it.
weaker left hand as well that he might not be used to picking with as much.
That was a very close serve now, so let's see. Either party's going to appeal it now. No, they're letting it go.
Side away.
Weekend for
2 serving
usually
7.
today. I think if we had seen another ace or two from Wicklow, there probably would have been a timeout.
Absolutely.
Although Kilkenny, but they still might need one to stop
Second
this
hand.
momentum.
2 serving 7.
This could be the third bout now where Kilkenny have gone through without making any aces. It's definitely Peter's third serve, I believe.
Kilkenny have stopped their tactic of switching when they're serving as well, so Peter's
It's
just staying on
interesting, yeah.
left. Maybe had some thoughts around why they're doing that, but it didn't seem to work for them
Mark.
like they thought it would.
3 serving 7.
Have themselves on the board again now. If they can keep this up, let's see.
Oh, Peter did very well there. Looked
It's
like
a nice shot. A deceiving looking shot from up here. It kind of looks like it bounced, but it did not. Really strong shot.
kind of
4
came out of the back
serving
wall a bit
7.
awkwardly as well, compared to what he was probably expecting.
some
Peter
good
tried
calling.
to guide it up the front wall and just couldn't do enough that time.
There's some good calling from Michael there in the middle of that. Did really well.
Good listening from Jerome as well. Sometimes when you are in the middle of that game, you feel like you could just take it, but sometimes it can be harder to actually just listen to the call and let it off. Tough shot here now. Didn't quite go into the side wall as much as would have made it more difficult. Difficult one for Michael. Tough one around the walls.
Just went dead at the moment he needed to connect with it.
Hard to see off that side wall as well. Chance for Patrick. Force him back again.
Managed to get a hold of that one well.
The last few rallies have.
Oh, great shot. Really great shot from Peter.
Side away.
The last few rallies, maybe the intensity has dropped a slight bit for both sides. It's been a bit more defensive and a bit slower.
Time out for Wicklow.
Wicklow looking to stop any momentum that
Throw
Kilkenny
back
might be
at
getting.
5, serving 7.
They don't want them
2
coming
hands
back
in.
level.
Yeah, Kilkenny are catching up on them, and Kilkenny opting to stay in the court, which is interesting. They want to stay focused. They don't need their drink of water or their tailing off. Well, as I say, absolutely. Wicklow is trying to kill the momentum. Let's see if it works. If you were in Kilkenny's shoes now at the minute, Bosco, how would you be feeling? Would you be hopeful now of forcing the tiebreaker?
40 seconds.
I think, like we were saying, that Wicklow want this game to go as quick as they can and keep themselves fired up. And I think probably, although it might not fully worked in the first game, but slowing the game down and keeping Wicklow back and not playing a power game with them probably would actually suit Kilkenny a bit more.
Okay,
Wicklow
2 hands in, 5,
like they
serving
want to
7.
force that ball as much as possible and just keep momentum high. Maybe Kilkenny go the opposite way and try and slow it down. Sometimes players don't like when the ball is coming a bit slower. Forces you to have to create a shot instead of at power. You can use the ball's momentum already.
I see Kilkenny forced it back to the...
We'll play the ball again.
Jerome's got in his way there.
Still 6,
Peter,
serving 7.
Patrick did have a chance to get to it even if Peter had left it behind. So it's a fair call.
If Jerome had stopped, he probably would have won the rally, but continued his momentum through.
Yeah. Oh, it's unfortunate.
Wicklow kind of starting
Mark,
to lose a few
together at
shots.
7.
They weren't
They were
earlier in
back
this
all
game,
level.
but they're back together again.
One hand off.
Peter tried to roll that out a bit too much.
Yeah, a bit of a let up there for Wicklow, and you hear the crowd kind of getting behind them.
You can see now Kilkenny have really moved away from tactic because they're actually both on the left now. Nice connection there from Jerome and
It's a good shot now.
allows Peter Patrick to
Mark,
force
8, serving 7.
Michael back, make a mistake.
Just moving a bit too fast for Michael to catch on the overhand. Tricky shot.
Chance here now for Peter. Didn't quite get it as low as he might have liked.
No, but that'll do too.
He forces at Jerome's feet.
Mark, 9, serving 7.
Again, it's very hard in those moments to calm yourself down, let the ball pass you, and maybe take it off the back wall, but
To be fair, I don't think that one was going to reach the back wall, or even if Michael had any chance to get it if Jerome missed it. It was a well-placed shot. Well picked. Yeah, let's see.
Pats here trying to pass each other out. And
just
about
hit
out
the front wall there.
ball, but
Does he pick it? He
great
does.
pick again.
It was a really hard one to get to.
Side away.
Wicklow did very well at the start of that rally. But
Absolutely.
Jerome did very well to pick up the serve, and Patrick was set up straight after that, and Michael was able to pick it, dig out those rallies, and not allow Kilkenny get away from him. Shot.
No, he shot from Patrick there.
Second hand,
Just
7
slowed himself
serving
down
9.
and guided it to the front wall.
As usual, Michael not wasting any time. He's straight in with the power serves.
You can see
Straight in with a
Wicklow
mark.
just want to keep going,
Mark 8 serving
get
9.
through this,
Absolutely.
feel good momentum.
Lovely shot.
Just kind of clipping the wall
Side
just in front
away.
of the side wall.
9 serving 8.
Poor Jerome hadn't a chance there.
No, I think he thought it was going to crack out, and he was preparing for that instead of it popped up. Chance here for Michael now. Didn't go for it.
Play the ball again. 9 serving 8.
Patrick just getting caught on the right side there in the way it happens. And
Check the ball.
takes another bullet from Peter for his troubles.
9 serving 8.
I always find it very hard when you're standing at the back of the server's box. There's always a temptation to step backwards and get hit by that ball.
Here's a setup now. He's going to take it. He does. Done very well.
Mark
Puts that
10.
one beyond doubt.
10 serving 8.
Now, Kilkenny.
Kilkenny, since they took that time out, since Wicklow taking that time out, have stepped their authority a bit.
Yeah, having said that though, still only a 2-point lead.
Yeah.
So
Wicklow had a
They
great
aren't.
start to the game initially. Thought it looked like they might actually run away with it. But
they aren't quite gone with the win just yet. So let's see. Although,
the
make
shot
that
by
3.
Peter, though.
Mark 11 serving 8.
Peter did really well to get that one back. Let's see what Michael can do with it.
Michael just calmly throwing up on the wall again. Let Kilkenny see what they can do with it. Peter with a bit of a chance.
Dropped very
Awesome
awkwardly
back.
from him. Now Peter's chance here. Goes for
Seems
3
like
walls.
he's very good at those ones that are dropping off the back wall. He's just very calm, takes his time and just scoops back up again.
This is a good rally here now. It's a long rally. Who's going to finish it up?
Jerome did well there now.
He really did.
Hello.
And that was not up. No, I agree with the referee there. Yeah.
Second serve for Kilkenny. 11
Peter
serving
knew as well,
8.
turned around shaking his head.
Millimetres away, I think, from the perfect shot. So I don't think Jerome was expecting it. He wasn't going to react to that. Great shot from Jerome there again.
It was a fantastic shot there, just down
8
the left hand side, getting caught in the glass.
11 out.
Just skipping past him.
Nice shot there from Michael.
Second hand. 8 serving 11.
They want to come out with at least an ace from this.
Absolutely, yeah, if they want to keep up that pressure. Even if they do end up losing this game, they do want to keep pressure on Kilkenny. Kilkenny go into the tiebreaker with all the momentum. You would favour them to take it.
Difficult one for Jerome, but he did well. Decent shot back.
Sticking with these roof shots for now. This is more like the slower play that we saw in the first game, so let's see. Is one going to take a chance? It's going to be Peter now. It is, but back to the roof. Although it's an awkward one now for Michael. Will he get it? Oh, so tricky one to get.
Side
Rare
away.
mistake from Michael. He's usually very good at those.
Time out for Wicklow. Second time out.
They did. They were.
Going back to Kenny. 2 hands. 11 serving 8.
They were forced out that time without scoring an ace. they won't want that to happen too many more times in this game, or Kilkenny will start to run away with it.
Yeah, absolutely. Even Kilkenny just get an ace each now. This one just to keep that pressure on. They go 5 points clear. Then it'll leave them well placed now to force that tiebreaker that I think we all want to see, Bosco.
Yeah. You can't have a good weekend's handball without a good tiebreaker.
Absolutely. And I believe we're relatively well on schedule, so it'll still work out okay.
2 hands for Kilkenny. 11, serving 8.
Yeah, we've one more game coming up, our last game of the day.
It's a good shot now, so there's
12,
one more
serving
now.
8.
Opening that 4 point lead now could do them some good. Shot from Michael there, yeah.
Second hand, 12,
Kilkenny
serving 8.
trying to stick with their tactic of not forcing things and trying to keep Wicklow back and only taking the kills when they're sure of it.
There's a straight ace now from Patrick.
Check the
Michael
ball.
just unable to get a hand to it.
Didn't quite work in the last one.
13,
Working that serve maybe a bit.
That more traditional 4-20 small body serve where you bring it around the walls between the two players. Absolutely, some more slow, methodical play. Nobody wanting to make any mistakes.
See who blinks first.
And very clever play from Wicklow. They're pushing them back.
Spun off left and into the sidewall.
8, serving 13.
That's the ideal roof shot that you want to hit. Well, they do have that 5 point lead I was talking about earlier, so they got what they needed as a minimum.
Wicklow can go for broke if they want, because they do have the first game win it. Maybe they can change up their tactics a bit and start trying shoot and serve style.
I'd favour Kilkenny to put this away now, and they do. Well taken by Peter, yeah.
Second hand.
So there's another bout of
8, serving 13.
there's another hand gone with no ace for Wicklow, so
Foul
might be
serve.
going for a very different serve here now.
Lucky maybe we went long because there's a great chance for Patrick there to finish it off again. Chance for Peter now. Jerome did well.
He did.
I fancy Peter to finish it off from there, but he left the left hand too
9,
much.
serving 13.
Shot from Jerome.
Tricky roof shot. Peter did well to get it. Let's see.
Can't quite finish it off though.
I'm sure he left hand overhand for Jerome, but he gets it. Patrick puts it back on the wall again.
Back into a bit of defensive play again. See who'll be the first to blink again.
Jerome won't be happy with that one now. Gives a lifeline to Kilkenny.
Going into the corner instead of killing straight.
So remember, Kilkenny just need under 8 aces. We'll see if they can muster that up. They seem to be clawing their way out, slowly but surely.
Yeah, but I think there's a lot of play for those 8 aces.
Second hand. Still 13, serving 9.
Peter took the shot, so
Yeah, that's a fair call.
replay was gone. Might have been better served to go again, but shot there from Michael, and they're not going away either.
Yeah, and we see Kilkenny knocked out now without getting any aces. 2 hands.
9, serving 13.
So things maybe swinging a little bit Wicklow's way now. Oh, that's a fine shot from Patrick.
Both teams in this game compared to the last game, they're probably struggling to make aces off their serves. There's no rallies where they're winning them, and it makes things very hard. It is hard to go in a run of aces then as well when you don't have a serve that's putting the other team under severe pressure.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, as exhausting as a good power serve is, it's even more exhausting to be going through all these rallies. You see the ground that these players are covering. It's incredible the speed at which they're getting to the ball. They're jumping from back to front, and from the front backtracking to the back again. They really are putting on a display of athleticism here.
Good shot there from Peter.
Time out for Kilkenny.
Time out again. I think this
Going back at 13, 9 and 2 hands.
So Wicklow did get 1 point, not on this service, but I think on the last service. But yeah, we're last 10 minutes. I don't think we've had many aces either side. Both teams kind of struggling to get a serve that's working from, and some good defensive play from the other teams as well. I think whichever team can kind of find that serve that causes a lot of problems for the other team, that they'll probably be the ones that go on in this game. And it's hard to call either side.
And do you think that serve is going to come, or are we going to just see more of this slow, methodical play?
It's not looking like it's going to come anytime soon.
Yeah, because it looked at the start of the second game that the tempo was being upped a good bit. Maybe the players are starting to fatigue a little bit here. So, but let's see. Kilkenny know they need to put in that last big push to force a tiebreaker, as do Wicklow need that push and maybe a bit of a boost from their crowd. They have a nice little crowd here there to cheer them on, so I think a nice boost from them now might push them over the line in the second game. And I could stand corrected, could be wrong about that tiebreaker that I think is coming.
It did look at the start of the second game that maybe Wicklow had found that serve, but the intensity they were playing with was just going to be so hard to play with throughout the whole game. And maybe if they can just kind of creep back into the game a bit, and maybe at the very end they can kind of pick that intensity up again. Michael may be rushing a bit. He maybe didn't expect it to come out as far, but Kilkenny, I don't think Kilkenny are maybe in the mood to let them have the chance to get close in the second game.
And we see Kilkenny edging closer towards that coveted 21 now, getting up to 14. Let's see what they'll muster here. That's a nice powerful shot around the walls there from Peter.
15.
Very clever play. He's known for doing that. He doesn't often go for the bottom brick in those kind of situations. He tries to push the ball around, disorient his opponent. Worked really well.
The first game with the same shot from Jerome.
Oh, hard luck. Patrick almost picked it there, but I agree it was a good shot
15,
there.
serving 9.
And the first game at the same junction was 15-14, so there was nothing between the teams, but Wicklow do have a lot of ground to make up if they want to stay in this second game. There is a point, I suppose, when you're in Wicklow's position, in losing the second game of when you
15,
play enough not to lose momentum, but
Yeah.
not play enough to not waste energy and conserve for the tiebreak.
Having said that, they haven't lost it yet. They could just take this 2 straight. That was a nice serve there, well picked.
Peter was consistently trying to force Michael back and make Michael produce shots.
Yeah, I feel Kilkenny probably need to take a few more risks now if they're going to push that tiebreaker. While they are earning some aces, I just feel Kilkenny are with them there, or Wicklow are with them there for the long run. As I say that, of course, Murphy's Law, Kilkenny get the...
Wicklow do maybe have that bit of freedom to maybe just start going for it a bit more, because they won't get knocked out if it doesn't work out. They still have the tiebreaker, but the second game is getting away from them, and their tactics don't seem to be working in this game. So unless they can pick up the intensity again fairly soon, it looks like we are going for our first tiebreaker of the day.
Jerome letting out a bit of frustration there.
A couple of loose shots now coming in from Wicklow. They're only 4 aces away now, Kilkenny, from taking it to the third game.
Yeah, and of course, if the scoreline stays as it is now, they will, of course, have the choice of serve from the tiebreaker. But again, we're talking about tiebreakers as if it's a certainty, but here come Wicklow again.
It is maybe Wicklow's last chance. They probably need to get a very good one to really put Kilkenny under pressure for the second game. That won't help.
They need to get some aces on the board here, I think.
See, they're not quite getting those serves in like they were at the start of the second game.
No.
It's just making it very hard. They're coming under pressure. When it should be them putting Kilkenny under pressure, and there is a lot more shots here now.
And there's another out of 2 hands with no aces for Wicklow, so Peter probably regrets that serve, but yeah, I think it was good as well, to be honest.
Second hand, the ball was good. Second hand, 17, serving 9.
Can you maybe arguing the call, but
it's the referee's call and they have no appeal for it.
Yeah.
But to be honest, it looked good from back here, but then again, the referee has a better view of it than we have.
It was a poor serve from Peter in the first place, straight down the middle, straight to Michael's right hand off the back wall. Can't be giving those kind of chances away and expect them to go away winning the rally.
No, they have their ace this time around. And now they need 3, so yeah, could be
18, serving 9.
Despite that little setback, they're looking in a strong position to force this tiebreaker.
Jerome did well to get that back up. It was stuck to the side wall.
No doubt about that kill there. That one was clean off the side wall. Very nice. Jerome did very well to get that one.
Peter
Michael just coming up short
Peter
on that last
care
one.
much and he just finishes off.
Absolutely.
20, game ball, serving 9.
Let's see now. Will they force it now, or can Wicklow get them out one last time?
Play it again. Play it again.
Getting a bit too close for comfort there for the ref.
Yeah.
They were on top of each
20,
other quite a bit.
serving 9.
Just about. They all count.
Michael even expected that he was nearly walking away. Which is no avail in the end.
I think Michael had given up on that rally after that shot. He did not expect it to go up. So there we have our first tiebreaker of the day.
Yeah.
Who do you fancy for the tiebreaker?
Based on the way that second game went, Kenny do look stronger. Wicklow they're going to have to find some way of really getting their intensity back up. Like they did look quite strong early in that second game when the tempo was high and the momentum was going, and Kilkenny didn't seem to have much answer. But once the tempo dropped that little bit, Wicklow did really seem to start to struggle, and it is hard to pick it up then when you haven't had momentum much in the second game. It's hard to pick up that tempo again. So I suppose at the minute probably am favouring Kilkenny slightly. The slow game kind of is probably suiting them to slow Wicklow down, not let them have too much momentum, and when they are getting chances, finishing them off. So,
yeah.
But in tiebreaker to 7, you never know. Like Wicklow could go in, get a very quick start, and just manage the game from there. So we'll have to wait and see.
Well, I in general agree with what you said there, and I would usually favour whoever wins the second game to take the tiebreaker, particularly when they win that second game by quite a scoreline as we saw there. Now, as I briefly mentioned earlier on, Kilkenny will have the choice to either serve in the tiebreaker or let Wicklow just have the one hand to start it off. So let's see. I'm not sure if I've ever seen anyone in a senior game actually opt not to serve in it. As we know, those games to 11, they can go by very quickly. A lot of jeopardy involved in it, and even if having the first hand gets you 2, maybe 3 aces, it's quite an advantage to have in a game to 11. So we'll wait and see what Kilkenny opt to do. But I would expect them to serve it.
up until now we probably never had someone that has had to make that decision, but yeah, maybe we'll see it a bit more. I know there was a lot of talk for anyone who follows American football. There was a lot of talk of that last weekend when it went to overtime as well, about what you do to take the ball first or not. So maybe it's a tactic in itself that might come up. We'll have to wait and see. Hopefully we'll have an entertaining tiebreaker here. And I'm not ruling Wicklow out, but I suppose the manner and the way the tempo for them dropped towards the end of that second game, it's very hard to lift that again when it has dropped by so much.
Having said that, they did win a tiebreaker just last weekend, so they have very recent experience of these tight games to 11.
They do.
You know, these games they're full of jeopardy. I have to say, I am a big fan of these tiebreakers to 11, just to add that little bit of intensity to the last game. Now give the crowd really something to shout about. Big fan of them. So let's wait and see now what this one serves up for us. The lads, I believe, have a couple more minutes of a break in between the second game and a tiebreaker than usual. So, fan in, agus ba mid rash, again, bomicha. Three Funchion.
Kilkenny to start.
Feckin mit an ish cé tá chun an slát sin a ghlacha sa cluiche Ceannais. Kilkenny have opted to serve in this tiebreaker, so as we said earlier, in a game to 11.
Okay lads, 0-0.
Very tight
Play
game.
ball. 0-0.
So we're back for the tiebreaker here now. I am almost.
Mark 1.
So there's the
One
first mark for
serving
Kilkenny,
0.
getting off to a nice early and bright start. Kilkenny will be happy to start now 2 marks off the bat.
Mark 2, 2-0.
Gregan doing really well to get that one back. A nice tricky 3-wall serve from Peter Funchion there. Peter seems to be on fire in this early stage of the tiebreaker here, Bosco.
Mark 3,
Again, Wicklow
3-0.
just lacking that intensity that they started the second game with, and they're really going to have to find it soon if they do want to stay in this game.
There's 4 quick aces. This is the sort of speed of aces that we weren't seeing in the other 2 games.
In tiebreakers, it's very hard to get those back. If you get any bit of a substantial lead, it's kind of looking ahead, and even if you just get 1 ace every time you go in, you're getting closer every time.
Very tricky one there for Jerome to try and catch.
5-0 up now.
Mark 5 serving 0.
It is going to be very hard for Wicklow to come back from this.
We've seen stranger things happen in tiebreakers.
Shot there.
And remember, of
You're
course,
just happy to keep Wicklow back and let them make mistakes, or let them try and force the issue maybe.
yeah, and remember, of course, that Kilkenny only have one hand in this early stage, and there it goes. Wicklow back in. So Wicklow have two hands now to turn over that 5-point lead.
See now, maybe they'll try to up the tempo with on these serves and get into this game.
It's a great retrieval there from Michael. Peter pushing him into the same position again, or trying to. He picks it well.
Good pick from Jerome.
Jerome aiming for that favourite right corner of his.
To keep this rally going.
Strong shot from Patrick there. He retrieved a nice one there earlier on. Off balance at the back of the court. Great retrieval. He's pushing them back now. And one of their hands is gone now already. And Wicklow are under a lot of pressure here.
Yeah, and I suppose it's early on.
Oh well. Peter's really come alight now in this tiebreaker. Really putting a stamp on the game.
Side away.
And since maybe early on in the second game, it's kind of hard to see where Wicklow are going to create their aces. They're kind of just battling a lot of them out, but Kilkenny are just so happy to keep the ball at the back of the court, trying to let Wicklow force the issue, and Wicklow just aren't able to produce the shots that are allowing them to get aces. So they maybe have to try and change it up here soon if they do want to get back into this tiebreaker as well. Michael to get back up was stuck to the left side wall. Oh, that one stuck to the right side wall. Kilkenny do seem to be getting the breaks of the ball now as well.
Oh, yeah.
Now that they have the momentum.
So Kilkenny have passed the halfway point to win this one. Oh, but Michael responds very well. Lovely corner kill.
They need more shots like that to finish these rallies and get a bit of feel-good factor again, get a bit of momentum into them. Because when you're trying to get back into a game, you don't want to be scoring quick aces.
Serving 7.
And you can see Patrick is trying to slow the ref down, but once the players are set, you can call the score.
Absolutely. Michael is getting a bit frustrated there, but he still has a chance to earn some aces from his serve.
2 serving 7.
It was a bit difficult. He was kind of caught behind the ball, and I suppose in all move those you take him off the back wall following him around, but he wasn't going to be able to turn his body that way.
2 serving 7.
He did well to react to that. Kilkenny just happy to play percentage handball.
Absolutely, nobody wants to make a mistake in a tiebreaker.
They're in a nice position. They're well ahead. They don't have to be going for kills to try and rein that lead in. And it does slow down momentum for Wicklow and force them into shots like that, and maybe aren't always on.
7.
I think it was the right shot to go for. Right shot to go for, I think, but let's see.
He's trying to catch Wicklow out with a bit of a reverse, but
absolutely, a bit of deception in there now.
Maybe just wasn't low enough to fully catch Michael out.
It'll still work out from all the same. If Patrick can put this away, keep it up anyway.
And there, he just didn't catch it quite right.
Mark,
only 3 aces now.
Serving 2.
With 2 hands. This tiebreaker maybe hasn't had quite the fireworks we thought it might.
No, but it is still quite pacey compared to the first 2 games.
8
it is.
Serving 2.
up behind him.
Yeah, lovely corner
Peter
kill
managed
then.
to finish it anyways. There's two good shots there from Kilkenny to force Michael back, and his return just clipped the front wall to set Peter up again. You can see it's just Wicklow just can't put pressure on Kilkenny. Can't force him back out.
Serving 2.
Game ball here now. And after he maybe caught in the first game, bit of a surprise. They have a chance to have one more hand to finish this off.
One hand off.
Progress to the semi-final against Cork in 2 weeks' time.
Let's see, can they muster it up now in this last one? Are Wicklow going to force them out again? Sticking with these roof shots. Oh, bit of miscommunication between the brothers.
Almost getting
I'm going to give
nearly tripping
a hand
each
off for
other
that.
up.
It's unavoidable. You stood and you moved in front of his way. It's unavoidable. It's a hand off. Okay,
Yeah,
you
the
moved into his way.
The two brothers were nearly tripping over each other, trying
again-
to
again.
get out from the back wall. And
To be fair, I think that's a good call from the referee. Seeing it from out here, Patrick may feel aggrieved, but he didn't have the viewpoint of the referee. I think that is a fair call. So it's not over yet, Bosco, although they quickly get them out in the first hand.
Here now to see what they can do, but
Still 2 serving 10.
they really need to up it.
It's an uphill struggle for Wicklow here, but let's see what Michael Gregan can do.
That's what they kind of need.
3 serving 10.
That's what they haven't had.
Okay, Tony.
That's
I
what they haven't
call
had
good.
in the second half of the second game and this tiebreaker, that they haven't had that serve just
3 say
putting
good.
Kilkenny under pressure.
3 serving 10.
At least if it's not getting an ace, it's actually now Wicklow
Short ball.
chance on the second serve, but it's a short there now, so we'll
3
see.
serving 10.
Can he put him under pressure his second serve?
Oh, just bounced awkwardly for him there.
And again, Kilkenny
Check
can
the
get
ball
that
there.
bounce of the ball, favours them slightly.
Side away. 10 serving 3.
You do find sometimes when you're motoring well that those bounces seem to go your way. Kilkenny now 2 hands to finish this off again.
Second hand.
Maybe
Time
that's-
out for Kilkenny.
Maybe that's what Wicklow needed to do earlier in this game, is start going for those kills and ending these rallies.
Yeah, it was a nice sporting call from Peter Funchion there to call 2 hops on himself. When you're on 10 in a tiebreaker, that's a very sporting thing to do.
So Patrick is trying to settle himself down now before he goes in and serves for this game. Take a bit of a breather, settle himself, and go for that one serve to finish it off.
Yeah, you see Wicklow happy to get straight back onto the court to force Kilkenny to play ball quicker, maybe than they want to. Oh, Wicklow haven't given up yet, Bosco.
No. You never will in championship, but
Absolutely not.
Okay, lads.
they've
Right, Fangavekimit.
one more hand to get out and see what they can do in it again.
Right, Bader unsure of
One
each hand,
hand
can shove
in.
Fangavekimit, Bosco.
10 serving 3. Possible match point.
10-3 here. Match point for Kilkenny. Patrick going for a different serve and he's tried in a while, but Jerome's able to get it back in us. We'll have maybe a bit of a couple of defensive shots here now. Trying not to give away the chance to the other team. I don't know, did Michael fully connect with that, how he intended it.
3 serving
Seemed to kill
10.
very dead, but
I
it
don't
worked
think
out for them.
I don't think he'll mind.
See, can they put a bit of pressure on Kilkenny now and
Indeed they can.
at least
One
try and
more,
get
Mark.
close to 10.
Mark. 4. 4
Well,
serving
And
10.
Kilkenny have used their time out as well, so if Wicklow can get a bit of a run, Kilkenny don't have much options for slowing them down.
We have seen these tiebreakers come to thrilling conclusions, so it can happen.
Maybe have one last chapter in this tale.
There may be, yes. Look at this.
Maybe starting to come alive again. And
the Wicklow crowd's really coming alive.
This is what Wicklow want.
A bit of jeopardy, as I said.
They want momentum, they want a lot of tempo.
5 serving 10.
And they still have 2 hands.
Wicklow. Maybe trying to. Maybe finally starting to go for a bit more kills and
absolutely, maybe
force Kilkenny into the mistakes themselves.
Maybe nerves getting the better of Peter Funchion there at the end.
Shocker, when he does well. Hard luck from Jerome, he just couldn't swing his body around enough to get it up.
6 serving 10.
So Michael try and get as close as he can or sort this game out. Tough shot around the walls, but Michael does well.
As Jerome wants to go for it.
Kilkenny just had.
Oh, the ball just bounced off him again. Peter putting his hand up. He's acknowledging that wasn't intentional.
Side away.
Kilkenny again were.
Time out for Kilkenny, second time out.
Kilkenny were just happy to kind of force the ball back.
10 serving 6.
They just got that bounce again. They have got a few of them in this tiebreaker.
Yeah, Kilkenny have 2 hands to do it, so let's see if their nerves hold.
This will be their 5th go at winning the game. They'll be hoping they don't need a 6th. Yeah, they're kind of they're taking another time out to try and settle themselves before potentially winning the game.
Yeah, and just having a look at Frank Daly here, he's starting to tire having ref the whole thing here. Tiebreakers, nobody likes to referee them. Everyone loves to watch them. But
just tiring enough commentating on them as well, Dan.
It sure is. We know all the answers from out here, but let's see what the lads can do from in there. 2 hands to Kilkenny now.
Kilkenny serving 2 hands in.
I think
10 serving 6.
I think Wicklow need to really need to go for every shot here. Just go for those kills, even if they weren't on earlier.
Yeah, they might not have the chance though. Oh!
Yes, again, they might.
Even Michael knows that was a let off. That was quite a setup for Peter, and he just couldn't finish. So onto the 6th hand for Kilkenny to try and get the final ace.
Stranger things have happened.
It'd be like the first game where the game only started at 15. Maybe this game only started at 10 for both teams. Chance to finish it.
Was it picked? Oh, it was.
The 3rd time of asking for Peter. He finishes this game off. We looked for a long time that Kilkenny were maybe going to walk away with the tiebreaker towards the end. Wicklow slowly started to get momentum.
And we see a warm round of applause from the crowd here, just acknowledging what a great game that was. First tiebreaker of the day. But Kilkenny earned their stripes in that one there.
They did. But yeah, maybe they should have taken the first game. Maybe got slightly caught, and in the second game they were the more dominant. And for a lot of the tiebreaker, just towards the end, it looked like Wicklow maybe could add another twist to the tail, but couldn't quite get there. And Kilkenny got the bounces of the ball. They managed to finish it off at 6th time of asking. And
great credit to Wicklow as well for battling hard. To see them shaking hands with the referee there. It was an uphill task for them for most of the game. They were coming from behind for absolutely most of it, but they never gave up.
No. They gave it everything, but just fell short.
Absolutely.
It's Kilkenny that progressed to the semi-final in 2 weeks' time. They play Cork, Michael and Daniel, August, Nash, Beggan, and Cléthe Dearnacht and Leagwin, Corky and I on V. So big Mudrash, Galore Rish.
Slangafol.
Slán. Diarmuid Gachtainna tá fáilte roimh go dtí an cluiche déarnach don léanú I bach an Croke and don bount Ceathrú Ceannais sna fear sna sínsir dúbalta sa cluiche seo tá an bhí in aig chuúna Corky and we probably have a very interesting game ahead, Jar, I think. It could get quite intense from some of the players involved, perhaps. We were maybe expecting the last game to get a bit more intense, but I suppose the way the game went with the second game, running away from Wicklow a bit, and they couldn't quite get into the tiebreaker. Maybe wasn't as intense as we thought, but perhaps this game we could see a few fireworks ahead.
Absolutely. I'd have Meath with their experience at this level as the favourites. But I wouldn't be too surprised if Cork, particularly David Walsh, who's been lighting up the elite tournaments this year in Ireland and in America. So I think we're in for a very interesting game. I think if David finds his momentum, I think Cork will be certainly in with a shout.
Yeah, I think Dave is definitely one of the most improved players at seniors in the last couple of years, and I think he's up around 5 or 6 in the rankings now, and this is actually his first full year at senior, because it was only last year he won the intermediate doubles title up here with Tyg O'Neill. But for the last few years he has been playing the ranking tournaments and getting good experience at senior, and he has been doing very well. Brendan Fleming is a very experienced player. He famously likes to recount that he has beaten Robbie McCarthy before. He won't let anyone forget it. But he is a very, very experienced at this level. But Meath, they're probably even more experienced. And Brian Carroll, he's one of the best right-sided players that's ever to play the game. And Gary McConnell at the Southern Classic. Bad start for Cork. But Gary McConnell at the Southern Classic had Diarmuid Nash, as he admitted himself, beaten hands down, and unfortunately he got an injury. He had to pull out. But so yeah, it should be an interesting game. But
very interesting game. And just see there a court hinder off the door. There was definitely a funny bounce there.
Yeah, an unusual start. I don't know if I've ever seen a senior game start where someone hands themselves out to something I do in Junior B, but
it certainly wouldn't be common. It's not like Brendan Fleming to get stage fright.
No. 1-0. And you can see Brian kind of has an unusual style, I suppose, in small alley, because he probably is primarily, I suppose, growing up it would have been more of a big alley player. 1-0. He does use the fist a lot, and I remember the first time I ever saw him using the fist quite a bit when he's diving, and he re-kills it. It's quite incredible to watch it, because it's unusual. You're not fully expecting it either. When you see a fist, you probably think it's going to come back, and then it's nearly rolling out in front of you, and you're caught on your heels. And Meath are doing a good job so far, just keeping Cork back and letting them make mistakes if they want to.
It definitely looks like Meath have certainly settled in the better. They seem to have found a small bit of momentum. Just a super shot by David Walsh.
Yeah, even Brian almost got it back up, but not quite. And we can see David and Brendan are also doing. We saw Kilkenny do this at the start, and we saw Clare do it. That I suppose the more American version of you switch when you're serving and playing the left. Isn't the most common place in Ireland. We'll see how it works out for them.
One hand out.
Brendan seems to be just finding his feet here. It's David in now to serve.
Screen. Short. Second serve.
There's a ferocious whip on that serve.
He does. He has a great ability to get a hop on a ball. We'll see. Will it catch Meath during the day today? Brendan nearly jumping into the ball there instead of getting out of the way. But we have seen the last couple of games. It does take people maybe a few rallies to get into the game fully, get used to this court. It is kind of different.
It'll be interesting to see how Brendan gets on the right side. It's a very
Side out, lads.
difficult
Good
position
rally.
to play on the court
2 in,
because
0 out.
you're out of the rallies for long periods, and it can be very, very difficult place to play.
2-0.
And it probably isn't something that he's used to playing either. And as Michael Hedigan, a well-known right-sided player, likes to say, you have to be born to play in the right. Almost, it is. I suppose counterintuitively, that, like as you said, you're not in the game much, and everyone plays sport to actually be in the game, and it probably is a bit that you don't get a shot from maybe 7, 8, 9 shots, and then all of a sudden you have that one shot, and you have to be on the ball every time to get it back up. So Brendan will have to deal with maybe not fully being in the game all the time as he'd be used to.
It's definitely Meath are looking to put Brendan under pressure here in the start of the game. That was a super kill shot by Brendan. The strategy seems to be to push the ball down the right wall on top of Brendan, but look,
2 hands out, 0.
Brendan's very capable.
Yeah, but I suppose then Kilkenny kind of tried that tactic at the start of the game against Wicklow as well, and maybe what they ended up doing was actually playing Jerome into the game a bit. And you don't want to constantly play one fella the whole time in case you do maybe let him come alive. You want to switch it around, but we'll see how this game progresses. David really bringing a lot of power. Gary slows it down, gets crack off the side wall.
David's power is incredible. His ability to generate serious power from such a short wind-up or stroke.
Mark.
I know he has been putting in an incredible amount of work in the last 2 years in the gym, in the alley, and he's really been working towards getting himself to a senior and putting himself in as high up those rankings as possible and in position for titles. He has
5-0.
so he actually won the intermediate doubles with Tig O'Neill here last year, but Tig is David did very well to pick that. Tig taking a bit of a sabbatical at the minute.
1 hand out.
So he switched to play with Brendan.
What's interesting here is while we've been
5-0.
When chatting here, Meath have jumped out to a 5-0 lead.
I think we've seen that in nearly every game today. The first game that one team seems to settle a bit quicker.
I thought it was, Gary. Replay
I
at
saw
5-0.
Kilkenny settled a bit quicker in the last game. Clare settled in the first game. Cork settled in the second game. So we'll see now how Cork respond.
In the ball.
Interesting here. Gary seems to have questioned
5-0.
the referee, who is the infamous Gavin Buggy.
Gavin's doing everything today. He's playing, he's reffing, he'll probably find time to coach somewhere as well.
He's got a championship fade on there. That's a slick haircut he's supporting.
Good shot from Brian. And Brian is such a smart player, and he is that right-sided player that when you need him to pull out the shot, he nearly always pulls out the right one. And he's been around so long. He's played with some of the best. I don't know how many titles he's won and how much he's learned over those years.
Side out. First time out.
So
First game.
Cork are after taking a time out. The idea and rationale is to take the momentum out of Meath, who've jumped out to a
6-1 lead, I think.
7, I think, is it? 7-1 lead. Brian, who you mentioned a moment ago, is 37 years young. I think he's 38 actually this year. He seems to be around forever. I'd imagine he's probably playing senior handball now for 20. This is probably his 20th year playing, which is incredible. He's still in incredible shape. He's an incredible athlete, and still, even at the age of 37, he's probably one of the best retrievers of the ball in the country.
10 seconds.
So quick inside in that front court. His ability to not just pick ball, but to re-kill ball.
Yeah, and I think that's the huge difference.
2 hands coming in, lads.
When I see him play, is
0
that,
plays to 6.
a lot of right-sided players, you might be astonished by them picking the ball, but Brian doesn't even just pick the ball. He doesn't even just put the ball back in a good position, but he actually kills it even
0
better
in,
than what
6
you did.
out.
And it's such a great ability to have, because you think you've won the rally, and then all of a sudden the ball's rolling out in front of you instead, and it can be quite demoralising to have that happen quite a few times
Play it again.
against you.
0
Brian,
6.
he's quite willing to fling his body around the place as well.
He has absolutely no regard for his body.
And because of that as well, it's amazing he's been around for 20 years. I know that
One hand
managed
out.
to hitting himself there. But it's amazing he's managed the last 20 years. They took a year out last year.
0 6.
Bit of injury problems for the two of them, I think, but they're back again this year and looking to get that crown again.
Of course, they're the current All-Ireland senior softball champions. They beat Galway last year.
2
in
hands
the
out.
final. They beat them,
6
I think it
in,
was
0 out.
21-20. Was that the score?
Incredible, yeah. I remember it being an incredible game, definitely.
I'm nearly certain it was a great shot by David. That was a super kill, sidewall front wall.
1 hand out. 6 0.
6-0. Well, God,
Oh.
David.
I don't know how David got that back. Brendan got himself maybe in bad position behind Brian, but David covering.
Super shot.
David gets it back again. David really, his retrieval skills have won them at rally, but they've really improved immensely in the last couple of years. And no ball is safe when he's
2 hands out.
still moving.
0 in, 6 out.
But Cork do need to start finding a serve that is going to work for them and get them aces.
I think this is their 3rd time in and
Yeah.
haven't made any points. Just think when Gary and
One hand
Brian
out.
just
Shot.
so relaxed
0 6.
on the ball.
Gary, maybe a bit of tactics there, maybe forcing David into not quite the serve he intended. And we can see with Wicklow in the last game,
Shot.
Wicklow were getting chances to get into serve, but they just couldn't find that serve to maybe give themselves an easy chance at an ace. And
Side out.
Cork, maybe similarly,
2 hands out.
they just need to find a serve that does
16,
push either
0
Gary
out.
or Brian under pressure and give yourself an easy ace, because you don't have to work hard for every single ace you're earning in a senior game. It's going to really take it out of you.
1 hand out. 6 0.
It appears that Cork just haven't got settled in the game at all. They just seem to be they're getting into serve, but they're just making no points.
Meath kind of just controlling the game at the minute, and
Absolutely. They're dictating the pace of the rallies.
they're deciding when to force Cork back and
Side out.
when to go for their shots. Gary just missing on that one, but they're a lot more settled.
2 hands out.
They're not rushing around the court
0
as
in,
much.
6 out.
Cork just need to get into their groove and get a couple of aces, and maybe they'll start putting Meath under pressure then. And Brendan, of course,
Play it again.
for years was a very good senior player.
Hinder
And
ball from David.
last year he did the double
0
master singles
6.
and masters doubles. He teamed up with clubmate Donegal O'Connor, who's a well-known footballer, Cork footballer back in his day. Donegal is, I think he's currently playing actually down in Ballydesmond in the Munster Junior doubles final as well.
I think that game is on
Point.
at 4 o'clock today.
Oh, it is indeed.
1 play
More
6.
well informed than me, Jar.
It's a Tip and Cork Munster final.
Green.
It's a pity it's not on Turles.
1 play 6.
Jerome Cahill and Colin Ryan are playing the Cork pairing.
Donegal O'Connor and John O'Keefe.
It'll be an interesting final. It's, I believe it's on in Ballydesmond. I think the Tip must have.
I think Jerome was sick during the week and
Okay.
they had to put the game off, so might help Cork out a bit. We'll see find out later what the result is.
Good shot.
Donegal might be a well-known footballer, but
Well played, lads.
Jerome, of course,
One hand out.
has an All-Ireland Senior
1-6.
hurling medal with Tipperary in 2019, and he has 2 All-Ireland under 20 or 21 medals with Tipperary as well. Incredible hurler. Also actually has an All-Ireland minor hurling medal, so he's quite a collection.
I'm sure he has quite a few handballs as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think when the Worlds were on in Minnesota
Two
in
hands out,
2018,
16,
I remember
one out.
he had to delay his flight because he was involved with the tip hurlers, and I can't quite remember did he win a World's title, but I remember he went back and 2 weeks later he won the All-Ireland with tips, so he was quite busy then. And Brian again just closed that fist, and
Mark.
I don't think anyone
Seven
had,
play
even
one.
Brian himself maybe would have had a chance to pick that ball. Even when Meath seemed to miscommunicate a bit, they seem to still have time to just settle down on their shots and get it back up, and in the very end Brian still kills it.
Brian's ability to
Yeah,
turn onto
player
his left
one.
hand for a back wall kill is incredible. His left is almost the same as his right. What a get. I don't know what happened there.
Ball down along the ground.
I would say it probably bounced twice,
Yeah,
but
player
that
one.
was very close. I was about to say 3 times in
the
a row, I
ball.
think. What a great shot, and
Play
it
it
just kept
again.
going. And I don't know if we a decent angle on that very last shot, but I'd definitely like to see a replay sometime.
Definitely.
I don't even know
Yeah,
how
play
he
one.
got his hand around it.
I don't know if he's
The
even
ball.
looking.
Play it again.
So Paul Moran is on one line, and not quite sure who's on the other
Our
line.
view is blocked from here. We're hitting up the very back of the alley here in Croke Park.
Probably for the best.
Shot. Mark.
Try and keep us out of trouble a bit, but
Oh, that's what it is.
we've identified
Nine
our
player
missing
one.
linesman, Oran Kiernan from Moran.
Carrick Macross Club, I believe.
Yeah, I think he himself and Conor Gorman were unfortunate in the junior doubles final this week in Ulster. Gary
Side
trying
out.
to catch Cork out and just floating over
Two
and
hands
shot
out.
into the
One
right
in.
corner.
9 out.
The winners of the junior in Ulster was Cormac McMahon and Conor Noon, is that correct?
Not Conor Noon.
What's his...
Yeah, it's just Kevin, I know, it's alright.
Just can't think of the guy.
They will play the winners of Leinster in the semi-final here in 2 weeks' time. We have a bit of a break next weekend from doubles action. Back at it then, full programme in 2 weeks' time with masters, adults, ladies, senior, men's as well.
Shot.
Um,
2 play
Be a
9.
busy weekend here in 2 weeks' time.
I imagine both the senior men's and females doubles semi-finals will be on the Showcourt, and then the other matches will be on court 2 and 3.
Possibly so. And that would,
What a shot
I
by
was
Gary.
asking Gaffney earlier, but even he seemed
shot,
unsure of
Gary.
his own schedule, so
1 hand out.
that wasn't very fruitful.
2 plays
But,
9.
yeah, I think we'll see soon enough. We might have a couple of maybe like masters. Oh,
Through the legs.
we saw Colin Crehan did that twice earlier on today, and Gregan pulled out behind the back shot.
Look. Hand out.
It's, Cork just
2 hands out. 9 in. 2
really
out.
struggling when they get into the service lines to make points.
Oh, it's a tough shot from
Stuck to
Brendan.
the
He
wall.
did well to actually just get it up even.
That's a tricky shot because you're stuck to the glass.
Especially on this. It's
Play
tough
it
enough in a
again.
normal alley when it's just running down that right side wall, but this glass wall, it can be very hard to see
9 play 2.
where the glass ends and where the ball starts.
Stephen Markham is on the camera duties today.
Mark.
His becoming very familiar with handball at this stage. He could nearly commentate himself, I'm sure.
10-2.
It's definitely a great shot by David Walsh in the right corner, right glass sidewall, front wall shot.
They just need a bit more of that when they're in serve. He was very calm. He slowed himself down. And he took his shot, and they just need a bit more of that in serve. But first of all, they need to get back in serve, but just need to take their time, settle into the game, and not rush shots a bit like that.
That shot wasn't on it. I think it was just out of frustration.
11-2.
Sometimes when your things aren't going right for you, maybe try and force yourself into a game and start doing things that you shouldn't. Whereas stuff like that,
Side out.
take your time, slow yourself down. It's maybe the better option. But it's great to have these games live streamed in conjunction with TG Ceathrú, and I think this year there's a huge program of live streams going to be available. It's great to have it. I know before, Cork getting in their own way.
Absolutely super shot by Brian Carroll.
Shot.
I think he knew that Cork were just out of position.
11.
And just put it back down exactly where they weren't. They're the type of serves that you don't want when you're in Cork's position right now. They're setting Meath up, and
Brian is in on form.
Side out, lads. 11 in, 2 out.
I don't know, is Brian ever not in form, but Brian or Gary may be missing a couple alright today. Maybe hasn't got to the full pitch of the game yet.
11-2.
But Meath still have a commanding lead at the minute. And they're maybe not quite as dominant as the scoreline suggests, but when they're in serve, they are doing maybe more right things than Cork are able to at the minute. You see, just Gary looks very calm, very smooth, moving around the alley there.
Shot.
Good shot from David there.
Gary just seems to be gliding around the court, flicking the ball around the wall.
Side out.
As if it's effortless for him.
2 hands out, 2 in, 11 out.
He was very impressive when he played Diarmuid Nash in the Scarlet in the Southern Classic. And I think it was 10-3 perhaps in the tiebreaker he was up. And just had a really unfortunate injury. But
2-11.
Diarmuid just couldn't handle Gary's serves. They were almost ungettable in ways. He was really unfortunate.
Traditional underarm kind of a serve.
Yeah, and
but it was really effective.
Maybe not something that
2
Diarmuid
plays
would be used to
11.
all the time. Senior, because most
Short.
players would be more
Second serve.
40-by-20 style, but Gary brings something different maybe.
Absolutely. He's definitely that traditional 60-by-30 underarm stroke.
A shot there from David.
Looks like their Cork strategy seems to slow down the game a bit.
3 plays 11.
See Niall Kerr in here. He's getting ready for the coming of Munster tomorrow. I believe a couple of juveniles playing from Barra Handball Club.
Yeah, another busy day in Handball HQ. Brendan Newmiller picked that out.
Oh, unlucky. You can see what he was trying to do, paddle the ball onto the left side wall, front wall.
I think he was maybe conscious of
2
Brian.
hands
He was
out,
really
11
trying
in,
to make
3
it perfect,
out.
that it wouldn't pop up at all for Brian, who'd be in and out in a flash. And that does play in your mind as well when you're playing against someone like Brian, who's that good at picking the ball that you're almost trying to be perfect, and then forcing the issue too much. Oh, like Brian almost got to that, and he'd absolutely no right to.
It's like his first stride. He covers
One hand out, 11-3.
huge
Yeah.
area, and then I don't know.
His
It's like a cat.
his acceleration is just
It's his ability to pounce.
Side out. 2 hands out, 3 in, 11 out.
I think maybe that was the first time that Meath didn't get a score in the serve. But I suppose it'll come to no avail if Cork don't start scoring themselves.
They're going about their
Hold
business very quietly.
Hold
They
it.
just-
Play it
every
again.
time they get in, they're getting 1 or 2 scores.
3
In
players,
comparison
11.
to Cork, who are really struggling to get points. They're getting themselves into rallies, but they're just not winning them.
I think they've. I don't know if they only
One
scored
hand
on one service maybe, and they've been in. This is maybe their 4th or 5th time, so
3 players, 11.
at senior that's just not going to cut it. We
In
don't
the
even
ball,
have to
play
do a whole
again.
lot. They can just get a couple of aces each time, and they're
Take the
getting
ball.
further and further away every time, and
3,
closer to taking game 1. So
11.
Cork maybe just have to try and find that serve, try different serves, and see what one will start to work. Because that one definitely won't.
Shot.
Commentator's
shot.
curse.
2 hands out.
Sorry, David.
11 in, 3 out.
It's amazing for Brian as well, because he doesn't really play any singles tournaments. There is no real senior doubles tournaments. I suppose we have one in Broadford, but Meath weren't present this year. But he still has just the ability to be at this senior level all the time, and one of the best players around. And
I think it's a testament to him, his ability to stay razor sharp, although he's not competing at those ranking tournaments. He's always sharp. I don't know, he's just got this amazing ability. He never puts on weight. He's very mobile and agile
Good
on the
rally.
court.
1 hand out.
yeah,
11-3.
I think he does a lot of yoga in his spare time to keep himself in good shape.
Mark.
is that working for
I'm
you now, Jer?
serious. I'm serious. He
Is that-
does yoga in his spare time.
Is that working for you now, Jer? You've taken up recently, so kind of.
Yeah, I'm not very agile, to be honest. I don't think yoga and me go hand in hand, to be honest.
Play it again.
It's not really conducive to the larger gentleman.
Replay.
So
Yeah, I call it. I'll just shout a bit louder. Play it again, lads. 12-3.
Yeah, you could definitely see it in just the way Brian moves around. He just has such a reach, even though he's not a big man. He's just able to get out to everything. Oh, what?
I don't know what he did there. It was like he took the reverse out of the ball and it just ran down the line.
Yeah,
Mark.
he kind of came across the back of the ball with his fist, and it's,
It's straightened out.
it comes, I suppose, from the Big Eddie upbringing, but it's still incredible to see it in the small
Good
Eddie,
shot,
someone
Gary.
being able to do that, because I suppose most
Point.
Big Eddie players do have to switch to open hand, underhand maybe, but
14 play
he's still able to
3.
use the fist and still able to do nearly what he wants with it.
It's a great serve by Gary, straight down that right side wall. It's just absolutely welded to the wall, and it's, in fairness to Brendan, is doing well to even get his hand in it, but it's dictating the rally then.
Cork were just kind of trying to play catch up
2
for most
hands
of that
out.
until the very end, and Brian even just kind of had
3
maybe
in,
a nonchalant
14
go
out.
at floating it into the left corner. It just didn't quite work out.
Screen. 2 serves coming. Screen
Still
ball.
Meath are in a very commanding position, and doesn't look like it's
3-14.
changing anytime soon. There, 11 aces up. They just again got those. Oh,
Incredible get by Brian. I don't know how he got that.
he just got there in one step, and he almost got that again. And we do, I suppose
Point.
with players we've seen today, you compare him to like Michael Hedigan is maybe another complete right-sided
Four
player.
play
But
14.
Michael does have quite a length in him to get those reaches, whereas Brian is a bit smaller, and just through determination or agility, I don't know what, a combination of everything.
I think a combination of everything, yeah.
Just makes
his low
makes
centre
the
of
ball.
gravity is definitely something anyway. He's a
Yeah.
really low centre of gravity.
Mark. 5 play 14.
Cork maybe starting to get something going, but
So both teams are using that right
I think
serve down the
good shot.
Was that a fisted kill off the
Good
back?
shot.
I think he
Mark.
opened his hand up at the very end.
6,
David does have a bit of
14.
an unusual weight in that it looks like he's kind of curls his fingers around instead of a full open hand, and it does look a lot like a fist, but again, his anticipation as well, Brian, is, and his reactions are.
If you're Cork, that's so
One and
frustrating
out.
because Cork could have won that point twice. Only Brian's ability to retrieve the ball and just keep it in play.
And
Six
nearly,
play
nearly every time it
14.
goes up, you're nearly trying to kill it harder the next time, or make it more perfect next time, and eventually you're going to miss, so the shot's just going to go
Side
wrong.
out.
David getting himself, or Brendan getting himself caught against the side wall there. Maybe stepped the wrong ways. Time out for
First
Meath
time out. First game.
with a commanding
Meath.
position of 14-5. I think, at the minute.
14 play 6 coming back. 2 hands coming.
I'm just looking at the sponsors on the Cork jerseys. It's Compunate, isn't that correct?
It is indeed. Tony Healy's company.
Tony, of course, one of the goats in handball. I'm not sure how many senior singles he's won, but he was one of the greats growing up when I was growing up playing handball. Of course, him and Paul Brady were neck and neck for a good few years, and everyone remembers that World Singles final in Croke Park, where Tony, of course, gave his final, or one of his timeouts, to Paul, who was severely suffering from cramp at the time. And the rest is history. Paul came back and ended up winning the game, and I think that set the tone for Paul's run, amazing run at that.
And I think it was a 5 world titles Paul got. Will it
10
ever be matched?
seconds.
Tis doubtful, like, but I don't know. It was to be many people out there who would do such a thing. Like Tony is such a gentleman. Now maybe not everyone would agree with him for doing it, but I suppose he did what he felt was right, and it just didn't work out for him. I think it was 4 senior titles.
Okay,
he won.
time in, lads. 2
Cork
serves
people will be
coming.
giving out to me now that I don't
14
know.
in.
You're
6 out.
an adopted Cork man at the minute.
I'm still not an adopted Cork man. I'm a Clare man living in Cork, thankfully. But
Mark.
that was, I met Tony
15 play
about 2
6.
months ago. I hadn't seen him in a good few years. I met him at Brother Finbar Springs funeral, and we got chatting. Great guy, one of the great guys of handball.
David.
But him and Paul certainly had a
One hand
great
out, 15
rivalry
play
day.
6.
They definitely pushed each other on, and Paul, on the back of that rivalry, managed to elevate his game to, I don't know, I've never seen a player like Paul Brady before. Absolutely incredible. Even when we seen him a few weeks, was it 2 years ago in the national final?
Cover ball.
Was it 6-all in the tiebreaker with Killian? And he
15
goes
play
over in his
6.
ankle. Who would have bet against Paul in that position? He's been there 9 or 10 times before.
I think that was the one to. Was it either to take the tie or to take the full lead for the most US national titles?
Side
He's
out.
level at the minute.
Level.
So
2 hands
that
out.
would make him
6
one
in,
more. And who's to
15
say
out.
Paul Brady is done yet?
One short ball, second
Clare,
serve.
that class is hard almost to beat.
Hinder ball,
I know his
second serve.
He's entered in the Masters doubles this year, him and his cousin James Brady of Mullinahorn. Be interesting to see how they get on in that. It was a strange bounce there. Brian seems to think the ball was wet. I don't know. I don't think so.
Gary with a bit of a hole in his hand.
15.
We all think that a lot of times, I think, but Cork maybe finally starting to come into this game a bit more.
Yeah, I think
we
so.
kind of saw a second ago that David actually hit a very good shot into the corner.
He wanted to hit it first.
Threw his hands up as in, why can't you just do that the whole time?
7,
I think
15.
maybe they are getting frustrated that the shots aren't coming off. I suppose then it's more important than ever to try and relax into the shots and not try and force things too much. Tony Healy, he does do quite a bit of coaching still with juveniles in Cork, and being down around there. I think when they do go for a session with Tony, they kind of come back
15.
enthusiastic and very motivated again, and they have learned quite a bit surfing Brendan, but Gary does well to pop it up. And he is a fountain of knowledge on handball, Tony. Oh,
Mark.
I don't think he got that. Good call, Brian.
It wouldn't have surprised me if he had.
9-15.
Okay, Cork are after getting themselves back into this game. Great shot.
They have maybe started to take their chances a bit better now, and
10-15.
I've maybe found a serve that is starting to give them chances. Gary maybe still hasn't fully settled into this game himself.
Play it again.
Ryan has pulled off some incredible shots, but Gary maybe with a few misses or a few slight hand errors that just giving Cork chances to get maybe a couple of handy aces, get back into this game. Oh, good shot from Brendan there.
It's a great shot, and it was actually a great serve. Brendan put on a nice little bit of reverse on
11-15,
serve, which meant that Brian was just able to palm it back up, and that set the tone for Brendan to shoot the ball in the corner. Oh, super shot.
Good finish there from Gary now.
Shot.
David will be looking to keep up the
One
momentum.
hand out.
Get a bit
11-15.
close. They're only 4 aces behind after maybe not playing their best for a lot of
ball.
this game, but they're slowly creeping back, getting a few aces last couple of services that they weren't getting early on.
11-15.
Right back in this game.
Play it again.
Even with Brendan standing in his way, he still managed to get the ball.
I don't even know how he saw the ball to get the ball back up.
Brendan makes a better door than a window, that's for sure.
Second serve.
Ooh.
Okay, I see. Cork creeping, another point. So that's 12.
Mark.
And there maybe wasn't a need for Gary to go
12
from
play
it there.
15.
Probably could have forced Cork back and
Big
let them
turnaround
make a
here.
mistake maybe. Some turning that ball from David, but Brian was equal to that occasion.
Side out.
You see, maybe in some ways, maybe that's what Brendan struggles a bit on the right, because those
Two
balls
hands
are
out,
coming at your feet the
15
whole
in, 12
time.
out.
When you're on the left, you usually have a
No, I
bit
didn't.
more space
no.
before they come at you on the
15,
right.
Play
You
12.
don't. You need to have a bit like Brian. You need the reactions of mongoose.
Hinder ball. Play it
To be
again.
really good on the right.
Laughing at Brendan, questioning the referee.
15. Play 12.
Gavin will take none of that, I can guarantee.
Gavin very assertively put him back straight.
One hand out. 15. Play 12.
Okay.
And now Cork are maybe starting to do to Meath, and
Hinder ball. Play it again.
that they're not allowing them to score aces in their hands.
Brendan gives a wry smile to Gavin. looking for an
15,
avoidable.
play
I
12.
don't think it was. I think he made a genuine effort to get out of the way, to be fair.
I think he is allowed to come out of his box on his serve.
Oh!
He just casually just throws it into the corner
Shot.
again, and
16, play 12.
there isn't really much you can do against that.
Inner ball, play it again.
To be fair to both teams, there hasn't been too many replays or
16,
too many
play
coming together
12.
so far in this game. We saw maybe quite a few of them in the last game. Gary with a chance. They're always a tough shot to know exactly what to do with. Oh, Brendan doing well. Deal with the crack off the corner. Oh! Replay.
Play it again.
That was class.
I don't know how Gary got that back up.
Replay. 16, play 12.
Through the legs.
He was almost doing the splits once he reached in between.
Play it again.
We seem to.
I was going up, alright.
He's going further up his leg. That's not helping his cause. But we seem to be getting things now that the scores got a bit
16,
tighter, things
play
are getting a bit
12.
tenser. We seem to be getting
It was,
bit
it was
closer
definitely.
counters.
I think it was definitely going to hit the wall. I think I think David did miss-hit it, but it was going to certainly
Yeah,
miss.
I think he had a good bit of power.
I think that's what Gary was at.
He wasn't really helping himself moving further and further up the leg each time. But bit of a loose shot from Brian, but David can't do. Oh, and Brian in 2 steps just goes from one side of the alley to the other.
Replay, you're in the way. Play it again.
Brendan's not happy with that call, but not.
Literally the two of
Two
them
of them
straight.
covered him.
Yeah.
16, play 12.
Where we're from, we are sitting straight behind him, and I could not for the life of me see the ball.
No, sure.
No. 17, play 12.
Not sure what Brendan was looking at there, but I think it was stuck to the wall again.
Difficult one there for David. Jerry, you're living up in Dublin. I do not have you much experience playing in the glass box here, because we have seen maybe some
Play it
people
again.
struggling a bit
17,
with
play
the
12.
back corners and the bounce and judging it slightly.
There's no doubt about it. It does take some getting used to. Certainly trying to judge the balls running down the walls
Second
into
time
the
out,
deep
first
corners
game.
is definitely
Cork.
tricky, but
2 hands coming in.
it just takes a bit of getting used to. It is a
Good
lovely
try.
court. The ball does play quite true, to be
Change it
fair.
if you want. Glove change. 2 hands coming in.
It does make
12
for
play
spectacular
17.
viewing. I'm sure that the Worlds later this year it's going to be absolutely heaving, and it will be quite a spectacle on that day.
It would be great to have a full house here, hopefully for the semi-finals, because they'll be coinciding with the ladies' semi-finals and some of the other All-Ireland semi-finals.
The Masters are on the same day as well.
Brilliant. So we'll have hopefully a bigger crowd in attendance.
You'll be here yourself in a couple of years' time again on that day.
And I'm not quite a Masters yet, but I'm
Couple
moving.
years' time.
I'm moving towards it. I'm moving towards it. Unfortunately, there's none of us getting any younger. Although Brendan Fleming, who's nicknamed Peter Pan, thinks he is getting younger, but
he is already Masters, though.
he is Masters, yeah.
Yes, he's won a couple of All-Irelands already at Masters.
To be fair to Brendan, he doesn't look out of place in here. He's after
He's settling
growing into the game.
a bit,
Absolutely. He's changing the gloves up.
An old school tactic of buying yourself more time. It has been an entertaining day's handball here, and this game initially, I suppose, looked like it was going to be very one-sided, but slowly over time Cork have worked their way back in and made it a bit more of a contest. And there are only a few aces behind at this stage. This is our last game of the day. First up we had Clare defeating Wexford. So Clare, the reigning champions, defeating Wexford. And then second game up we had another Cork pairing, the losing finalists from last year, Daniel and Michael. And they, after maybe a couple of half comebacks from Kildare, Cork finally got over the line. Our third game of the day saw our first tiebreaker, but
okay, resuming play. 12-17.
And at the minute, Meath are in pole position, but Cork are coming back slowly into the game in the final game of the day, final quarter final. Oh. It almost looked like for a second that David was going to hook him a bit, and Brian just managed to get himself enough space and
one
straight
hand
down the
out,
middle.
12 plus 17.
Kills the ball.
He does that consistently though. He turns onto his left hand,
Short.
which is supposedly his
Second
weaker
serve.
hand. I'm not quite sure about that. But yeah, this ability to kill the ball stone dead. Excellent there. The ball's
That
deep
looked like
in that right
a
corner
very difficult
again.
shot,
Yeah.
and almost at his ease, he just
Side out.
I think that has been the major difference probably between the two teams. Is I know Cork are working their way back in, but Meath in a lot of this game, they just
Two
look a
hands
bit
out,
more
17
at their
in,
ease
12
with their
out.
shots, and they look like they have a bit more time, whereas Cork are rushing slight more times when they have taken their time. They have done well. You see there, Brian just casually throws his left hand at it, and
I think that was the fist as well.
Good shot.
even better.
18 plus 12.
And he just rolls it off the side wall. I don't know, has Brian ever played 35s? I don't think, did he? When the 35s was available.
No, he didn't. I'm trying to think. No, he definitely didn't.
There has been a slight change in the 35s this year. I think the rule is if you won a singles provincial that you can't play 35s this year.
No, they've done away with the 35's A grade and it's only a 35B grade.
I think there's a slight change.
Shot,
There's some
David.
people who
One hand out,
or
18,
A can
12.
still play it, but there's slight intricacies. You're too good for that, Jer.
I don't know. I was allowed to play
Mark,
it last year.
19
This year,
plus 12.
I'm not sure what.
It only changed this year.
I'm not sure what happened in the last 12 months. I don't think I've got any better, that's for sure.
He just got sick of you.
I've got worse, in fact.
He just got sick of you, Jer.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure. Well, we soldier on, don't we?
Side out.
You do indeed, Jer.
Two hands out, 12 in, 19 out.
You see, just Meath still, they only have to get one or two aces and they're just creeping quite close to winning the game. Whereas,
I don't know, David, every time David or Brendan shoots
One
the
hand
ball,
out. 12
Brian has
plus
this ability
19.
to just take two steps and re-kill it in front of them.
and he takes all the pace out of it as well, with whatever way he kind of comes across the ball. Very few of his shots. Oh. And there again, like David had a very good shot, and most people would be happy just to get that back in the wall. Brian, no, this has been killed again.
That actually breaks your heart if you're playing that against
19
them.
in, 12 out.
Absolutely breaks your heart. It's soul destroying. Great shot by Brendan.
One hand out.
Pushed the ball down the right side wall, and Brian couldn't get across. That was a great shot.
19 plus 12.
Meath will be looking just to get at least one ace,
In the
just
ball, play it again.
one step further, and Cork still have quite a
19
little way
plus
to go.
12.
Brendan almost getting caught. You can see Brendan is now on the right, trying to maybe force his way in front of Brian. not allow him to have free
Side out.
roam at any ball that he
2
wants.
hands out, 12 play 19.
That's fine. Oh!
It was definitely a cover ball, but Gary just rolled the ball straight.
Hold on a minute now. You're going to replay that ball. You can't cross his shot like that anymore. So I'm going to replay it.
I think
It's
he
a
did cross it,
replay.
but we
I
haven't
don't
actually
think
seen
it was
earlier
up after
today.
that
There was a
anyway,
couple of
but
people who called
that's
it
your
wide
warning now.
for
You're
such
not
players.
supposed to get one. No crossing the ball
So
like
Brendan
that.
can maybe count himself a bit lucky.
12-19.
I did think the ball was up.
It rolled out. It was, I don't know. But there was definitely a cover ball there regardless.
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely. I would be a bit miffed if the ball was taken away from me. Very well done by Brendan to get that ball back up there. Oh, tough shot for David. Brendan fully connected with that properly, but
Mark.
David got to crack off the side wall and Gary just couldn't come across the ball quite enough.
Gary went for a little paddle kill in the corner.
13 play 19.
Oh.
Mark.
Brendan's having some success.
14 play 19.
Serve down the right wall. He's putting a nice hop on it.
I think most of the best serves we've actually seen today have gone down the right, and I suppose normally it wouldn't be where you'd think would you get most benefit from, but Michael Hedigan definitely saw some
14 play 19.
benefits of it in his game, and I think Clare as well in the very first game saw some success there as well.
One sharp ball, second serve.
As you know, as a fully that the reflection on the right is slightly catching people out, but it does seem to, if you can get a serve going there, you will maybe get some aces. Oh.
Side out.
That was a bit of a loose serve maybe from David. Gave Gary a chance.
2 hands out, 19 in, 14 out.
Forced down the left side. It's a pity that maybe Cork had just got another couple of aces there. Could have started to put the pressure on Meath again, but they still have 5 ace lead and they've only 2 aces to go to win. First game.
Meath just looked that bit more composed inside, yeah, that's the word.
Shot from David though.
Brilliant shot by David. Great
Gary
catch.
gets it up. And he does well to avoid it hitting his body. It's a very good rally.
One hand out.
Okay.
Nice calm collected finish from David there.
19-14.
Gary did very well when the ball was behind him to swing his body around onto it.
Mark it.
Bit of a rush shot again from David.
Just not happening for David at the minute.
Because
20,
if
play
they had
14.
actually managed to force him out, it would have been twice that they'd have kept Meath on 19 in their own serve, but they have a chance to win it here now. Gary goes for the pass instead of going for the kill. Brendan dangerously close to the ball twice in a row. Playing with fire a bit.
Gary looks up at Gavin, the referee, not happy with
20
Brendan's
play
position.
14.
In fairness to Brendan, I don't think he had anywhere to really go.
No.
And to be fair, his job is to be a bit of a nuisance on that right side as well. So.
Brian went for a bit of a different tactic that time, didn't quite pay off.
I don't think he meant the shot.
No, I think most of
2
the other ones
hands
he's
out,
gone for a kill,
14
like,
in,
was he
20
trying to go for
out.
a pass or just a hand error there, but Cork maybe one last chance here now, but good shot by David.
Great shot by David.
Looked like Brian was going to get
Mark,
another
15 play
refill up.
20.
Cork shot. Oh.
That's a super serve by Brendan. Nice little hop in it.
Brendan trying to
I thought that was a skid ball,
tactics and the shot.
No, it was a skid ball. She skidded off the wall because two serves coming. Play it again.
Here.
15, play 20.
Brendan maintains he hooked the ball. Gary doesn't agree.
I do think from how far away Brian was from the ball that it wouldn't be usual for him to misjudge a ball that much. Good shot by Brendan.
Mark.
Now they're starting to creep back into it.
16, play 20.
It's getting a little tighter here. Still a long bit to go though.
Second serve.
Oh. Brian just...
One hand
Gary
out.
Is that the fist again?
just steps up, I think so, yeah.
16, play
Opposite
20.
left side wall and casually just fisted into the left corner.
Some people say the fist is gone. Thing of the past. Not by today.
Definitely not in this game, anyways. David maybe a bit of a chance. Can't quite do it. You can see Gary there just calmly kind of flicks the ball back. Well picked by David. And Brian still stuck behind Brendan.
It's getting tight in there.
Does a very good defensive shot. It's getting very tight on that right side wall at the minute. Oh, great shot.
Absolutely super shot by David Walsh down the right wall.
Mark.
Brian couldn't really get a hand on it. It was just ricocheted off the glass.
17, play 20.
And there are only 3 aces behind now. All of a sudden,
And it's a nice little hop on that serve.
2 aces again. I'm sure it'll take quite a bit to get Meath excited, but maybe Cork's expectations are kind of raising here a bit towards the end of this game. All you need is a hop of a ball, 1 or 2 rallies, and David did well there.
Great get
Did
by
well
David.
again. Set up this time for Gary. He forced it at Brendan. Brendan did well to get it back.
It wasn't up.
It didn't sound good from
No.
up here. I think the referee
Side
had that
out.
spot on, to be fair.
2 hands
It looked
out,
like it was
20
good,
in.
It looked as though
18 out.
Brendan was chancing his arm there, was he? Wouldn't be like him.
Wouldn't be like Brendan. Brian with a chance. Didn't really go for it. And Gary, no, forced it back as well.
Play it again. Cover ball.
I think it was the right call.
Yeah, that was
right
fair
call.
enough, I think, yeah.
I must say the referees have been on the money today.
Yeah, yes, definitely.
20,
doubles
play
especially
18.
is never easy to ref, and when it's senior championship and things are tense, it's definitely a very hard task.
Impossible in there when you've four people in the court at the one time. Okay,
David again.
Look at David's.
He's beginning to like that right side
1
one.
hand out. 20 plays 18.
So Meath, I think this is their 3rd hand at 20. Can they finish it? Because Cork are only on 18.
Great use of the sidewall by Gary. Surprised he didn't try to pull the trigger there.
Oh, tough. Gary almost misread it, but last second just about got there.
Shot.
Probably not the right shot from David in that situation.
Nice finish.
It was.
21-18, Meath take the first game.
2 minutes. Well played.
Yeah, it looked like for a long time that Meath were in control, and then towards the very end, Cork really started to creep back in. So it'll be interesting to see if Cork can get a bit of a start in the second game, that maybe make it a bit closer and maybe a bit more interesting going forward for the next game. I think we'll take a quick break there for a minute, and we'll be back for the second game shortly. controlled and quite composed, but Cork slowly towards the end kind of worked their way back into it and maybe had a bit of a chance to take that first game. Might have been slight robbery, but sport doesn't always work. Nice finish from Brendan.
I think the slow start cost them dearly in that game. If they can get a good start to this game, there's certainly a chance they seem to find a bit of momentum halfway through that game. And like you said, Bosco, it was 0-0. It was a tight finish.
Yeah, I think
great serve.
I think they did struggle for a lot of the first game to maybe figure out a serve that was going to work for them. And I think towards the end they maybe have had a bit more joy down this right, which, even though Brian is actually playing very well, is maybe struggling with some of those serves. We'll see how it works out. Ooh. Bad miss there from Brian. Unusual in this game.
The old commentator's curse.
I think I've done it to 3 or 4 people today already. They'll be telling me not to come back. Ooh, finish there from David. Brian just giving a bit of a chance up the front court there.
3-0.
So Cork with a quick start here now in the second game.
Second serve.
They're persistent with whoever's serving goes over to the left to serve. Seems to be a tactic that they're
I think maybe because Brendan isn't fully.
One hand out.
I think because Brendan isn't naturally a right-sided player, that maybe it does allow him to get into the game a small bit, and you can use his ability to actually play on the left with this kind of tactic.
3-0.
Bosco, the slow start might have something to do with the fact that Cork were due to play last weekend and they ended up getting a bye because McKenna was injured, and I think it's just taken them a little bit of time to kind of find their feet and find their momentum a bit. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, I think so. There's a bit of confusion between Meath and that last shot about what was happening, but yeah, I think when you're kind of maybe expecting to play a game and then
one short ball, second serve,
you have a lot of built-up energy, and then you don't play a game, it can be very hard to actually get that out of you. And maybe at the start of this game, there was kind of maybe that extra bit compared to the rest of the teams, even the other teams who didn't play last weekend. They weren't really expecting to. Maybe that just caught up this week in their preparations. I do believe they were up here at some stage. Don't quite know how Gary got it up, but I think they were up here at some stage this weekend as well, as were Meath. But it's just different actually playing a game up here when you're a competitive game when you're expecting to. And Cork have started better now in the second game.
Cork were up here on Wednesday. They played a doubles. I was
one short ball, second
over
serve
in Croke Park myself, and I actually bumped into David Walsh. He was waiting for Brendan at the time, and actually later on that evening when I was finished up, Brian and Gary were playing
two hands
out,
match 0 wins, 5
Gavin
out.
And Adam Walsh, and it transpired that Adam was unable to play today because he was sick, and I think it was Keith Armstrong.
Yes, he played instead, yeah. And again, he kind of started slowly, but he got into the game as well. Was there a part of sabotage by me getting Adam sick, was there?
I'm not sure. But,
he actually had to put off. He was supposed to play a junior doubles final last night as well in Leinster, that also had to be put off. So Adam was under a bit of pressure this weekend.
It was well short.
When you're sick, I guess. There's nothing you can really do about that.
Second serve.
Hats off to Keith for stepping in on such late notice. I believe he stood in on very late notice. He only
I think it was only last night maybe. And Handball is definitely not a place you want to be when you're sick. It's tough enough at the best of times.
They're just so consistent.
So
consistent on that right.
Yeah, he just guides the ball, sticks it to the right side wall on the way back, and David can't get it back up.
5-0.
Cork after jumping out to a 5-0 lead. Lovely shot.
You can't give those kind of chances to Meath like that. They're well able to finish on the fly in the corners.
Just going back a sec, lads. That was one of your appeals is gone now, okay? So it's 0 in, 5 out.
Yes, with a recent clarification of rules, so I think it's two appeals you have in a game. If you appeal and you're incorrect, you lose one of your appeals. Three. My apologies. I need to go back and learn the rules myself. It's a good thing I'm commentating and not reffing. But,
stick to the commentating.
Might be the only thing in handball I'm good at. But,
I was pretty impressed with your cúpla fuck.
2 hands out.
well, Tom Obbles a kind of square going time for Cormagat.
5 in, 0 out.
Mini Gaeltacht to Gwyn upper, sin upper. But yeah, I like to practice it when I can. A bit like handball, it's nice to keep the traditional Irish culture alive.
Absolutely.
And of course, as we are in partnership with TG Carroll today, it would be remiss of us. Oh,
what a shot! I'm not quite sure what shot you'd call it, but it was an effective shot.
He met the absolute crack of the corner.
6-0.
Yeah, Cork, I suppose a bit like Meath in the first game. Cork just quietly getting a few aces away all the time, and I think Meath have gone in twice without scoring now in this game.
6-0.
A role reversal to the first game. Oh, shot. But you can't be giving serves away like that.
He does it so consistently though.
Yeah.
0 in, 6 out.
And there's no chance of picking that ball.
There's no picking that.
Even if you're stood waiting for it to be there, it just...
I don't, if you had a shovel, I don't think you would have got that up.
Excavator, baby.
1+6.
Oh, well done by Brendan. Because those actually are quite, those kills off the left side ball, kind of when you're reversing your hand, they are quite difficult. Because you kind of lose the ball a bit in the side glass as well, and ball's nearly on top of you before you can realise where it is.
What was noticeable there is Brendan is trying to rally David to
side out, 2 hands out,
push up the
6
court,
in, 1
maybe
out.
get a bit more aggressive. That's what it looked like there. Maybe I'm completely wrong, but that's what
yeah, it did seem like that. Now they are in the lead in this game, so they are doing well enough.
Trying to pick up the pace maybe. And
yeah. Oh, great pick by David. A great finish. Yeah, in this second game,
Mark,
David,
7-1.
David on the right has been picking and re-killing ball well. And as we speak, Brian just... I don't think he even swung his hand. He just reached out and it just rolled out again.
He's certainly up there in the conversations of the greatest ever right-sided player.
Yeah, I would struggle to pick.
I would say in the last,
Mark,
the last 25 years of players that I have seen playing the right, and like I'm thinking of, think of softball. You think of Colin Keelan, who was a super player on the right. You think of
2 hands out,
Egan
1
Jensen,
in and out.
Yeah,
super player on the right. And Michael Finnegan, of course. How did I forget him?
Play it again.
Right.
And maybe not quite a traditional right-sided player in the way that we know, but
1-8.
yeah, I suppose probably Brian and Michael Finnegan, I suppose, just for the amount they've won. And
I think we need to get the historians out. I need to talk to the likes of
need to talk to Mo.
Paddy Donovan, Mo,
Mark,
Frank Daly himself, Gavin Buggy.
Yeah.
2 players 8.
Yeah, he's
when you think about it, when you put those people into the conversation. Brian has been doing it for 20 years now, and
Three
there's
players
no
in.
sign of him actually letting up here.
No.
You know, look at the condition he's in. He's in super shape.
He's probably, for a lot of the first game in a way, Gary was struggling a bit, and Brian was nearly carrying. Brian was nearly carrying him.
Call at the time, I was letting it go. 4 players in.
The 4 players on show today, in my view, I think Brian has been the most effective.
Yeah. Now Cork have got a bit of joy out of serving to him in. The picks he's getting are just incredible. Some of the shots he's now right to get close to, and Gary nearly falling over himself. It was just.
See the young Ned Flynn
ball.
stepping in. Ned is of the youthful age of 80.
I didn't hear him
81
talking.
perhaps, I think.
And he's competing in
They're
the
not
over
supposed to,
70s
but
championship.
I can't hear him out here.
Famously winning the All Ireland last year.
We won't mention that. They beat Tipperary, so we won't mention
That's
that.
between
Don't
yourselves.
mention
lads.
Down to yoga. He does yoga 3 times a week in Malahide, he was telling me.
Shot from Brian.
Incredible.
Cork trying to
First
stop
time
all
out.
momentum here.
Second game. Cork. 5 players 8 coming
I think
back.
we
2
see.
hands coming.
I don't know. Did you see during the week? We'll give her a bit of a plug. But Ceannais launching a program for handball players is absolutely incredible. But maybe we should look into a business venture for the two of us. There will be yoga for handball players.
Yoga for handball.
You can do the business side of it.
Okay. Okay, I could do that.
A bit, I suppose a bit like the first game here. Now we've had Cork kind of jump out into a bit of a lead, and maybe a bit earlier than Cork, but Meath slowly creeping back into it. Cork are trying to cut out all momentum here early on, but
5 players 8.
5-8.
2 hands coming. Brian serve.
And
Meath have managed to crawl their way back into this game after Cork jumping out to a 5-0 lead, I believe.
Yeah, and a lot of it is
10 seconds.
Brian Carroll, I think, has 3 roll-out paddle kills where he's barely even swung his hand. He's just reached out and it's just rolled out.
What's incredible about that is he does it so consistently. If we go back and look at the first game, I'd be just pulling figures out of the club, but I would imagine he's done 6, 7, 8 times today, has he?
I think
would that
so,
be fair to say?
Not to speak of the other gets he's got that. Just forced the ball back when it looked like it was really gone.
5 in.
Brian Gary really they're a great complement together. Like looking at Gary on the left, he's just so relaxed and so smooth, never panics, and has that absolute ability to absolutely flatten ball.
5-8.
In the second game for Cork,
Great serve.
Mark.
maybe David has had a few more loose shots than in the
6,
first game. Was probably
8.
Brendan maybe was trying to get to the pitch of the game a bit more, but Brendan kind of seems to be leading the charge a bit for Cork a bit more.
Just watching there, Brian's
7,
last
8.
2 serves have been incredible. He's
Short.
put a nice bit of hop on the ball, a weak
Second
return.
serve.
Sorry, and all of a sudden it's 8-7.
Do you want to get out for a drink? There's one hand out, Annie. Do you want to?
There was no
Get out for a
intent
minute
there,
there.
but there was a bit
caught
of
his arm,
contact
Gary,
on
when
the
he was
follow through,
swinging.
and David in fair caught his arm on Gary. There was no malice or intent. It was just the close nature of Dublin's play.
Yeah. No, we have
Okay.
for the most part today. It has been very friendly games. Last week there was maybe a couple of games that got a bit heated, but so far today it's been very sportsmanlike, and they're doing very well there. Brian not re-killing
for
kill
once.
for once.
He was outfoxed.
He has maybe missed a couple at the start of the second game, alright, but he's still playing quite well. Cork still persisting with the serve to him. It has given him a few aces. Shot from Brendan.
Mark.
Don't like to say that too often.
9-7.
Oh. Gary just seemed to misjudge that.
10-7.
Brendan, he is one of the oldest players playing today, but he hasn't looked out of place. He's settled into the game quite well.
One hand out, 10 plus 7.
Brendan, 44.
Brendan never reveals his true age.
David.
Good kill from David.
Great shot by David.
Shot. 11-7.
But I think it was Brendan kind of figured out maybe the serve that is causing is causing Meath a bit of problems. Again, another shot, but Brian unusually can't get back.
Brendan's all business here. He's really trying to rally David to keep that intensity up.
Ooh.
One short ball, second serve.
They did have, I think during the article, the preview article that was here during the week, they were kind of touted as dark horses.
Mark.
And you can definitely see
13-7.
why David quite explosive and Brendan
One
quite
short
smart.
ball, second serve.
He is quite fit for a Masters player as well. Ooh, Brian was bad hand there.
Were you going to say for his age?
No, I said for a Masters player.
14 plus 7.
He is playing Masters singles this year as well. He'll be kicking off in the next couple of weeks and that.
Play it again.
But has decided to play senior doubles instead of Masters doubles.
Side out.
And he has really seemed to take a leadership
Two hands out,
role
17,
in this game,
14
especially in
out.
the second game.
He's definitely trying to encourage David, who's...
Oh, Brian did well because that took
very well there.
A really weird bounce off the back wall. Oh. Tough shot.
I felt that up here.
Brendan did really well to pick the ball before that. It looked like Gary was going to have a very nice fly paddle into the corner. Brendan somehow got in, but unfortunately David had gone in with him, and then the space was left down the right. But Brendan threw himself into that shot and just couldn't get it back up.
He's a bit winded here. He's going to take a minute to...
Yeah, I think it's fair enough.
Yeah, I could feel that up here, and we are probably 60 foot from where it happened. And he really hit that glass back wall hard.
They could have fit another big alley in here.
They could.
Yeah, play 14 coming back, two hands coming.
That'd be quite a view. A glass back wall going into a glass back wall.
Yeah. I just noticed that both sets of doubles have left the court, and they're having a little chat amongst themselves. Looks as though Brendan is okay to continue. Yeah. He just needed a second.
I think just a bit winded, probably.
Yeah. It
was an impact.
It was a big impact.
In our recent clarification of rules, also I see that
play 14.
When the floor has been dried, you're not allowed to leave the court anymore either.
I don't like that rule.
Shot.
I think quite a few people take advantage of it.
The older gentlemen usually take
particularly the
9 play 14.
more robust gentlemen, maybe. were sweating quite a bit.
That's fair enough, I guess. You know, if the court is wet, though, it's important to keep
10-14.
Keep the floor safe. So look, yeah, I get that. It makes sense.
Brian has maybe missed a few more shots in the second game than the first, and it does see Cork still in the lead. They're 4 aces ahead, still coming towards the business end of the game. Again, a bit of a rush shot maybe from David.
Mark 11-14.
He probably had a better chance if he left that around the corner into the back wall. Wow, good serve from Gary. Suddenly Meath now 2 aces behind again.
12-14.
To Brian's tactics now in this second game. David with a very good re-kill there. Our back ball can't even.
2 hands out.
It was probably important for Cork to get them out at that stage before. Not allowing them to get level. Brendan is usually decent enough for those kind of kills.
His French isn't too good though. Super shot by the
bit of a setup, but still need to be finished well.
15-12.
I think we have an interesting end to the second game, maybe. I can't remember exactly who said it to me. It's possibly John Hedigan, but usually says the game doesn't start until you get to 15 or 16, and then the intensity ramps up then.
It's a fair analogy from the wily John Hedigan.
Yeah, but
I think I'm going to credit with him. I could be wrongly crediting.
I didn't see John today. Is he here?
No.
John's
at home farming.
John was here last week. I seen him here.
He was.
I'm going to play it again.
No, he wasn't here last week.
No, are you sure?
Would you have to keep playing on
A couple of weeks ago, he was here for our junior nationals.
Sorry. I seen him here at the junior nationals. I popped over for
15,
a look
play
at the games. And
Yeah, we had a player from our club in the 13 under final, unfortunately losing out, but it was a great experience for him. But John will be back in 2 weeks' time.
Okay.
He made it through a very exciting
16,
Diamond Masters A doubles final, 11-10, defeating another Cork pairing, John Hurley and Chris Hurley.
no relation.
No, no, thankfully.
16-12.
But
Is that John Hurley?
Hurley,
senior player.
One with Tony Heady, yeah. But John will be here in 2 weeks' time himself, and he's playing his semi-final the same day as Michael. So
12 in, 16 out.
Partner Jerry Guiney.
It is indeed. Yes.
The infamous Jerry Guiney.
He
Am I pronouncing it right? Is it Guinea?
Jerry Guinea.
Guinea.
Yeah. Cork pronunciation a bit different, but
he's from Rockchapel, I believe. Is it?
Plays with Belly Desmond, which is from Rockchapel. He's quite a man for falling off things. He did the same last year, but he's hale and healthy again and winning most of the titles.
Couldn't keep Jerry down.
No, indeed. I think we've seen the whole range of shots today. Now we've seen
12-16.
through the legs, behind the back.
That was pretty impressive.
Around the corner.
Mark.
I think Owen McGinnis did it last week as well.
Something similar.
13-16.
In the other corner. Brendan is really getting into this game and really upping the intensity.
Oh.
And just as you say, the consistency is just
One hand out.
Frightening almost.
16-13.
It's consistent with that fist too.
Yeah. It just looks the same every time when. Good shot. Oh. Yeah, you could just see it. You could see it going into the corner, and you didn't know where it was going to come out.
13 in, 16 out.
Cork not getting an ace that time, and Meath maybe getting slightly back on top. Just about clipping the front wall. Very tough shot now.
Shot.
Again, just nice and composed. Steps in and
Mark it.
paddles it into the corner.
14-16.
Snatched it a small bit with his left hand.
One hand out. 14-16.
Great finish by David. Brendan questioning how many timeouts he has left.
Yeah, you have another. Well, I was letting you out that time you hurt your back, but you have another timeout if you want it.
Brendan trying to claim that he took
No, you have two left. The one I let you out for that you banged your back, I just was giving you a little bit of time, so you have two left.
Yeah, he's right. But he's
I'm not talking about the first game. 16 in.
Brendan
14 out.
Brian doesn't seem to be taken to too kindly.
Two timeouts is right. Basically, what the referee is clarifying is that
16-14.
the time Brendan ran into the back wall, the ref actually gave him a moment to compose himself, and that's more. He didn't even call an injury timeout, but it was just the referee just gave him a minute because of how hard he impacted the wall.
A bit of a freebie.
These things happen.
16.
There was no getting that back.
No, me just getting confused between themselves anyways, but
Point.
Cork only 4 aces away now from a tiebreaker. Throughout the game they kind of slowly but surely paved their way into it, but we'll see now can they finish off the second game. Meath, I'm sure, won't be panicking because I don't know, do they ever? Oh, like probably the wrong option from David. He had the whole left side of the court.
Shot.
Side killed
One hand out.
straight to Gary.
17-14.
I don't think he meant to take that shot, but it just landed then at Gary's feet, and he nice paddled it into the corner. Great shot by David.
Brian didn't even move that time.
Mark.
Now 3 aces
18-14.
away maybe. Chance for Brian here now. Doesn't go for the kill, but David misses it.
Snatched at that. He was unlucky. It was the
Two
right
hands
shot.
out,
It was just
14
the
in,
execution of it.
18 out.
It was a bit of a chance for them to edge closer again. Gary might have been better leaving that off. I think Brian was ready behind him, but it's hard to know when you're split second decisions.
One hand out. 14-18.
And Meath will be hoping to have success with Gary's serve if they want to not face into a tiebreaker here. Oh.
That was bit of luck there, but got the good start.
Second serve.
Meath are slowly reeling them in, I think. It's a good serve.
Ooh.
It's a smart serve.
Yeah, David maybe snatching at it a bit again.
16.
It's a tough serve, especially in this court in that back corner. See exactly where it's coming out. Cork almost getting the crack.
Hand out. Hand out, Gary. Hand out.
Interesting. The ref is after calling that avoidable. And from, I don't know.
16 out.
It's a tough place to be refereeing games. I think that call was questionable. I think Gary did make an effort to get out of the way.
Now,
19,
I have actually seen a similar call, I think twice in earlier games today, but I think after he called a replay for Brendan, maybe it should have been a replay again for Gary.
My issue there was the player stopped.
Hand out. Hand out. It's a hand out.
Okay.
No, it's a hand out. No, it's not different. It's a hand out.
I think we're just evening up.
It's the very same as his shot.
Tensions are rising a bit here as we near the end of the second game, and yeah, it's a good thing myself and Jerome aren't riffing. We'd be lost altogether.
So the score
the ref is after giving
2
avoidables in the last 2 rallies.
Yeah.
One hand coming.
I've never seen that before.
We go for 3 in a row. I think they
19, play at the 16.
There has been maybe a.
Side out.
I think we saw that
2
in the
hands
first
out.
game from David as well.
It's a loose serve.
Yeah.
But look,
16 in,
still in
19
pole position
out.
here.
I think they are kind of trying to crack down on that, even if the ball is hopping way over your head, that you're not allowed cross.
You got to the serve. I saw it good. 2 agree with me. 1 hand out.
I think Gary chancing his arm there, trying to get a shot,
19.
but
Great serve. Great serve. He's going to go for it.
no. Of course, Brendan. Oh,
That's
maybe even a
super
better shot.
That was a super shot.
More demoralising, even.
It rolled along the right
Point.
glass wall. Impossible to get our hands on.
17, 19.
I was at a juvenile tournament recently, and I saw a juvenile player try to appeal his own serve and call it a screen against himself because he lost the rally.
That juvenile is going places. He knows the rules.
I can't quite remember his first name. He was a Slevin from up in Sligo, but he wasn't successful, I'm afraid.
Play it again.
Brendan's
So they
getting
walked in and ye
a
walked
little
out, so my
vexed.
judgment is that we're going to play it again. The lads walked in and ye walked out, so nobody was definite, so we're going to replay it.
I think
17 plays to 19.
Why is it always the last game in the programme heats up? It was the same last week.
at the very end of the game as well.
17 plays 19.
Tensions rise.
I
I think people are a bit sleepy earlier on, and they're a bit too dopey to realise.
Second time
We're
out.
getting towards the afternoon,
Second
and people
game.
are kind of awake again.
Brendan's not
At
happy.
18 playing 19 coming back.
We're getting
One hand
squeaky
coming.
bum time now. Yeah, never an easy position to be in reffing games. It's especially in doubles.
I think 40 by 20 doubles is the hardest game
Oh.
to ref because the court size is so small,
Yeah.
and you've got 4 people who are very quick around the cork, so it's inevitable that there's going to be hinders and covers and people in the way during rallies. It's inevitable. It's part and parcel of the game, unfortunately.
Indeed, yeah.
I think we're very lucky here. I
10
don't think
seconds,
anyone
lads.
is intentionally covering anyone here today.
No.
It's your serve, Gary.
No, even though we have seen a couple of avoidables, but I think just
Play
a
to
certain sense of
19.
positioning and different things. definitely that kind of crossing under the ball is being cracked down on, and I suppose probably rightly so, because if you're in the wrong position, you're trying to cross over, you shouldn't really be allowed to.
Play 19.
You got yourself in a bad position in the first place.
So Meath have got themselves 18-19.
Shot from David, but Gary again. He's done that a couple of times now tonight. Oh,
Wow, 19 all.
Gary's done that a couple of times. He's really behind himself and managed to get it back up.
Mark it, lads. It's together at 19.
And David was maybe tempted to.
So the difference right now is that Brian and Gary have been here so many times, and I just think that bit of experience is going to tip the scales. That would be my take.
They've only one more ace to get.
Okay, there was another point there. I missed it while I was
20. Then 19.
George struggles to watch and talk.
20.
20. Play 19.
So we have a match ball here. It would probably be a bit of robbery by Meath, but sport doesn't always go the way it should.
He's going to go for
Chance
it.
for Gary. Oh!
Nice little celebration. He has it down to a T.
Yeah, I think the report from the national AGM has pretty much the same. Didn't finger point that day, but has pretty much the same celebration as well. It was, you could see the second he called it that he was thinking going for that, and he pulled it off.
Gun show.
Cork probably going to be very disappointed they didn't at least take it to a tiebreaker. They looked commanding for most of that game, but like you said towards the end there, that the experience of me just pulled through, and yeah, so I think in 2 weeks' time now we'll see Meath face the reigning champions in Clare, and in the other semi-final we see the losing finals last year, Cork, Kilkenny. Tom Mead, Jane Nish Inu, leis an live stream. Gur mágad do gachtaine atá ag féchant air agus feiceann mí tú an lá an céad lá eile. Gur mágad, slán.
Slán go fáil.